We're live, baby.
Live. We are ready to rock. What's up, baby?
What's happening, King?
Oh,
last night, I gotta tell you, last night, yeah, I think I was the first 30 minutes. I had the Martin Fitzwater nerves because it was my first Olympia commentating with you guys. And then after we sat in and everything was cool and we got all the tech things, it was rolling and I had a blast, man. I was loving it.
Yeah, man. I got a strong response from a lot of people saying that it was an incredible show. We had a lot of people watching, over 100,000 people.
My brother watched it. He doesn't even know what the hell we're talking about. He just watched it because I was on it.
Yeah. There was 100,000 plus people watching. So
it's fucking crazy, right?
We knocked it out of the park. Dave, I talked to Dave. You guys did amazing.
Great.
He's very, very thankful and all that stuff. I just think, I want the other guys to come in too. I want Jason and Armon to come in, but
yeah,
we can start the conversation. The fucking everybody from here to Timbuktu was complaining about the live stream being dark.
It's hard.
I mean, listen, for me, this is the problem. Every division up to the men's open was fine.
Yeah.
It was bright. It was good. It was high def. It was perfect. What do they do different for the men? What is the point? I don't understand.
Because even today, I was in the gym and they were showing the live stream of the prejudging for men's classic, and it was fine. Yeah. The lighting was great. Today, instead of watching on my phone, I brought my laptop so I could just watch it on my laptop. I figured maybe if it's a little bigger, if it's I could see a little better. But I don't know what it is with these live streams. They're just shit all the time.
Listen, again, in the years past, I've texted while the live stream is going. I've texted Dan Solomon and reamed him a new one. I don't care. Dan is Dan.
I don't blame you.
Last year I did it. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, Dan, you people still haven't figured this out yet? Why do I have to text you and say, hey man, go grab the videographer and the lighting guy and say they don't know what they're doing? Fix it.
Yeah, there should be like lighting experts, if you will, that know exactly what you need for a bodybuilding contest.
Right.
And if you don't develop a crew, because it's a crapshoot, and not for nothing, to spend $75 and you can't see what's going on, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking bad. But it is what it is.
But I was watching the wrap up with Dave.
And the boys.
Yeah, he had a whole bunch of guys on. And what I gathered is nobody could make a solid prediction of who's going to win the Open.
That's the second thing I have down here on my notes.
Yeah.
No one, it's all over the place. Yeah. You ask one guy, they say Derek. You ask another guy, they'll say Samson. You ask another guy, they'll say Hadi. It's all over the place. And that makes it good for us, for competition, for the sport, that it's open like that. But I also made notes of a lot of the comments people were making. Armon, what's up, baby?
I'm on a Sunday. What's up, bro?
How are you guys doing?
Hanging in.
We're just discussing how it's all over the place. You ask 5 people at the show who's winning, they'll give you 5 answers.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Yeah. So it's crazy. I like the fact that Palumbo and Milos have Samson first.
Yeah.
What I thought was interesting, that Palumbo had Hadi in a distant third.
That's odd.
Yeah, he said he had him in a distant third. He said he's way off. Then he went to Jose Raymond. Jose's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He looks incredible.
Yeah.
But
even Milo said that.
But Jose made a couple of good comments, interesting comments. He said that Hadi's legs were downsized.
Mm-hmm.
He said that, and he also said something's up with his left tricep. Armand, did you see anything with Hadi's left tricep?
Well, I mean, if you're flat, your legs are going to be downsized, of course. Right. But I didn't really notice anything with his left tricep.
Yeah, I didn't notice it either.
That was like glaring. Like, oh, okay, I'm sure, he probably shoots his arms a lot. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't see any nerve damage, and that just like jumped out at me.
I didn't notice anything with his left tricep either. And after Jose made that comment, I went back and looked at a lot of pictures, and Hadi just looked over dieted. He looked like he streamlined too hard. He just came in too hard. And I think tonight you're going to see him full And I want to guess that he eats what he's got to eat, does what he got to do, and he's going to knock Sampson out that second spot. Because I still got Derek in first and second, and Sampson in second.
Yeah, I mean, it
all
depends. It all depends on how Sampson comes back too. So we got to see what's going on. There's going to be different lighting tonight too.
Thank God.
So when you change the lighting, let me put it to you this way: the brighter the lights, the better Sampson looks. Yeah. Because of his extra dark skin.
Yeah.
When you have dark skin like that, if he puts the oil on just a little bit more than he's normally does, and they turn up the lights, Sampson will look much harder. That's just how it looks with people with darker skin like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Hani Rambout is gonna make the adjustments, but how much? I personally don't believe in that. One day you're going to fill back. It takes more than a day.
Okay.
You can fill up a little bit, but you can't fill up that much. It's not this dramatic fill up thing.
If that's the case, and Sampson stays the way he is, then Hadi might take third. Because I think Derek just has to come in a little sharper.
Yeah.
And Hadi has to come in a little fuller, and Sampson's got to stay exactly the same. But if that, you know better than me. I've never been on a bodybuilding stage in that category. If that's the case,
I'm just telling you from my personal experience that if I'm a tiny bit flat or I'm flat,
yeah,
you can eat all you want. You're still not going to get that skin bursting fullness until like 73, 72 hours, just 3 days. That's when you start to really get that feel and go. Unless you do something really, really drastic with the insulin and this and that, there's a whole process with it. Or I'm sure Hadi's going to come back better tonight. I'm positive he is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I think
better in the pictures, of course. The pictures look better.
Looked from the front. He looked insane.
So it was a little confusing from the live stream and then the pictures, but his back looked a little soft. His glutes weren't that crazy.
I talked to a couple of people, Armon, a couple of people who were there today. I was getting their feedback, and every single one of them said the same thing. They said, when you look at the pictures of Hadi, he looks like he's unbeatable. But when you're there in person, it's a little bit different. They all said the same thing. They all said the same thing. They said in pictures from the front, when he's doing his most muscular and this and that, he looks like he's unbeatable.
Right.
But when you're there, it's a little bit different.
Yeah. But even you could tell.
You can never go by pictures, You can never just judge by pictures.
But you could tell that from the back. I think Derek wins all those shots from the back.
Yeah, everybody agrees on that. 100%.
Yeah. And another thing that I didn't notice until I saw the pictures today was Hadi's front double bi is amazing. We couldn't see it clearly. We were kind of saying Sampson, but Hadi's front double bi is incredible.
Well, he has peak biceps. The other two,
and he does the vacuum when he does it.
Yeah,
and he just looks great from the front. Derek did improve a little bit in the front. His striations in his chest and his shoulders were maybe 5% better than last year.
I thought he hit his abdominal thigh a little weird. He looked like he was struggling when he.
I agree. Yeah, I
so it was like I think someone else was asking, like, did he not? Was he not practicing this pose when he was going through his mandatories? I'm like, yeah, of course he was practicing. What Olympia is not practicing all your poses. It's just it looked awkward. Like he was like real uncomfortable when he did that pose.
Like Phil Heath when he used to hit his ab shots. He looked uncomfortable.
Yeah. Who has to learn to pose better is Andrew Jack. He hit some shots and it's I don't know what the hell he's doing.
People are ripping him apart in his side shots too. That was actually
tight. He looks like he's tight because when he twists, it looks like some of his lower half twist. He looks like he has a hard time doing a side try twisting all the way. I know Chris Cormier reached out to him to help him with posing and they didn't even respond back to him.
Yeah,
I understand that. Milos tried helping him. Flex Lewis tried help. Flex Wheeler tried helping him. Jose Raymond tried help. From what they were saying this morning, they didn't say it without saying it, but they said basically he's a little stubborn. But Jose basically said, "Look, I gave my opinion, and if he just wants to keep doing what he's doing, that's basically what he said." So it sounds like he's a little stubborn.
So here's the question, though: what do you think the judges are going to say to Andrew?
They're going to say his hamstrings have to be.
So if Andrew goes up to Steve Weinberger and to Tyler and says, what should I do? What do you think they're going to say to him?
He's going
to you need to be harder. You need more. You need more size. What do you think he's going to say to him? That's the problem with him.
A little more size.
They're going to say he needs more hamstring thickness in the hamstring, and they're going to say he's got to work on his posing because those are his 2 weak points. You know, when Derek and Hottie turn to the side and they do those side shots, you see just meat hanging off those hamstrings, and you just don't get that with Andrew. Andrew doesn't have that.
What up, boys?
Big Jason Owens, what's up, bro?
Hey, what time did we start? I thought it was 10:30. I was down in the lobby.
No, 9:30.
Just a few minutes ago, man.
Jay,
we're talking about Andrew right now, and we're pretty much discussing, like, what do you tell Andrew? What is if Andrew goes up to Steve Weinberger and says, "What do I need to do?" What's Steve going to tell him?
Look, to be honest, as talented as Andrew is, there's guys that are just never going to win that title. What would you tell Flex Wheeler when he was competing with Ronnie? Like, dude, you're the second best in the world. You know, for Andrew, if he lands 4th tonight, you might be able to try to crack a little higher spot if you work on some conditioning and maybe getting a little bigger. But dude, it is what it is. You can't, like, what do you tell Peyton Manning when he's playing Tom Brady? Like, they're all excellent in their own right. I
got to be honest with you. I don't know if he's going to take that 4th spot. Did you see the pictures of Martin Fitzwater? Because when you saw the pictures today, it was a different animal from the live stream, and that means it's a completely different animal when it's in person. Martin Fitzwater in the pictures clearly looked like he should be in that 4th spot.
Yeah, they're going to rejudge them again tonight. It was close.
No question about it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to give everybody a new look, and they're going to check that top 3 again.
This is what's great about bodybuilding. This is why I love today's bodybuilding, is because there's no clear-cut winner. 1, 2, and 3 is up in the air. 4, 5, and 6 is up in the air. And it makes this a lot more fun. It used to be Phil Heath came out and I fucking went to sleep. That was it. Well, Ronnie came out, Dorian came out, and it was a wrap. It was over. I like it so much better like this, where the competition is so tough that you don't know what to do. I mean, literally, the King, I remember, and this is before I knew you. I was watching you on RX Muscle, and they were told, this is when Phil was Mr. Olympia, Phil Heath. And I believe Big Ramy was coming up, and they asked you, is there anything Ramy could do to take Phil's title? Is there anybody that's going to be able to beat Phil? But they were specifically talking about Ramy, and this was your answer. No. That was it. Because nobody could beat Phil back then. He was that good. And I believe the quote was, what did you say? A blind albino cobra could train Phil Heath, and he's going to be Mr. Olympia. Well, you don't have albino chimp. Oh, yeah. And you don't have that today. What you have today is tremendous talent that's really close, and it's a coin toss and a crapshoot. You don't know who's going to come out ahead, and it makes this sport a hell of a lot more fun to watch.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting, but you still want to. I don't know. It's hard to say this. Jason will probably understand what I'm saying. When you think of Mr. Olympia, like, you think of Lee Haney, you think of Ronnie Coleman, you think of Dorian Yates. When I look at Derek, he's good. He's definitely there, and he deserved the win last year. But the stigma is still like, what about this? And there's no like wow factor yet for somebody to walk out there. Like, even Dexter Jackson said, if Phil's on, no one can beat him.
That's right.
Dexter said that, and he was right there with him on stage as they're saying. So, yeah, it is interesting, but it's too close to call, man.
It really is.
It really is fucking too close to call. So let me ask you. Got a bunch of stuff.
John, did you see the message I sent you?
I was about to say, you're getting a lot more fans from this. I thought I was gonna. I know, Armon, you don't read the comments, but I read every goddamn comment. So I thought I was gonna get the most hate, right? Because I'm not a fucking elite bodybuilder. I'm a podcaster. I'm a YouTuber. I look like a bouncer from New Jersey. And the hate was going to Arns and King, and I was like, really? The two guys that have been on Olympia stages multiple times, they're getting the shit. And
dude, I got a message from this girl.
That is the beautiful part, because What the haters don't understand is if you didn't matter, they wouldn't care. You see what I'm saying? That's how I look at it.
That means I don't matter.
It's because they're not sure who you are and what have you. They're trying to get a rise out of it. They'll say this and they'll say that. That's the whole point. They have absolutely no lives and no nothing, and they're nobodies. That's why you just gotta let that stuff go and let them bring on the hate. The hate makes me strong. I'm like Samson. The more hate I get, the stronger I get. You know, Samson had his hair. I got hair. All right. So I got a few questions.
The people you block, you know, like I know, especially on TikTok, the amount of people I block daily. It's just, you know, the stupid comments or they're asking for gear. I just block them because I tell people all the time. They know me on there with my following. I was like, you know, and so those are a lot of people that just get upset and go somewhere else and say crazy. That's why I don't even look at the comments. I mean, most people that watch stuff, they don't really comment. They just watch it. Yeah. Usually the you know, all the trolls, it's like, I don't know why people let that gets to him. Like, you know, like John Brubble, he gets to him so bad.
Really?
He can't handle it. Yeah, he can't handle it. Drives him crazy. I'm like, dude, I've been, you know, y'all been doing it a long time, but, you know, I did it a long time too. And it's, you know, you get used to that. I remember the message boards, all the stuff. You get used to all the trolls and they don't bother. You know, you have to have thick skin.
The only time I block or delete somebody is if they make comments about family, whether it's my family or a guest family, right?
That's weird.
Yeah. On my other channel, I interviewed a guy and his daughter had overdosed on fentanyl and died. And there was a terrible comment about his daughter. And that was the only comment I ever deleted in 4 years of being
John, can I give you the formula on this?
Good.
The best way to kill someone is to ignore them.
Yeah. yeah.
That's it. Because they try and they put all their heart and soul into trying to put you down, and then they realize that you don't care, and it destroys them 10 times more. Yeah. I always
they don't want to have
I'm living my dream and yours. That's why you hate me. I always say that. I'm living my dream and yours. That's it. So to all you trolls out there, keep coming and trolling. Fuck you all. Anyway. So listen, guys, a question. I got a bunch of questions down again. Let's rock it and roll. 10 minutes before the show starts. Who was the biggest surprise, Martin or Hunter?
Martin.
I like Martin. Hunter still wasn't his glutes still weren't. Hunter's glutes weren't shredded still.
Yeah, Hunter still
was impressive. He impressed me. He's the best he's ever looked.
Yeah, this clearly is the best Hunter was ever been. But Hunter has been in the mix for several years now. This is the best Hunter we've ever seen. But at the same time, his front shots aren't as superior to everybody else's.
Where do we think Hunter's going to end up?
I think he's probably going to end up 5th, 6th, 7th.
5th or 6th.
Yeah, 5th or 6th. But Martin came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere this year. Nobody, I mean, came out of nowhere. And he looked incredible.
Yeah, I think Martin's a big surprise.
Okay.
Not necessarily from a physique point of view, because he's always had a physique that showed tremendous potential. But from to make the strides he made this year, that says a lot.
Okay, next question. Then I'm going to call the name and one at a time so we don't speak over each other. If Keon would step tonight on stage, where would he place? Jason.
Oh.
I would. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to see him next to Martin, somewhere in that mix.
Okay, so you're saying top 5?
Yeah, 5 to 7.
Okay, Armon.
Not top 5. He's got some more tissue to add to get there. Maybe 8th.
Okay, John.
4th or 5th.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Keon. I don't know why. Maybe I'm fucking stupid, but he is a flawless bodybuilder. There's nothing wrong with him. He could go and do the open now. I mean, he is literally. I think he only weighed in at 202.
See, that's the problem, though. He's going to get out muscle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
once you put him next to those other guys,
Keon next to an Andrew Jack, you got almost 100 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, but his shape and his muscle separation and balance, and he's missing nothing.
There's one thing you're forgetting in that equation. This is still bodybuilding, and muscularity is still number 1.
Good point.
Jim Mannion, if Jim Mannion was sitting here right now, that's exactly what he would say. It's bodybuilding. You got to have the muscle. That's what he would say.
What the hell is Phil Heath wearing? He looks like he looks like a pianist, like he's Liberace. He's gonna, whatever.
It is what it is. All right, guys. Before we get into that, let's get a couple more quick questions. Where would 100% Nick Walker would have placed tonight, Armon?
Fourth.
Jason.
I had him in the top 5, thinking he was going to be 100%. So I'd say probably 4th or 5th. Oh, if Martin's 4th, he might have edged Nick out this time.
Really? Wow.
Well, Martin's just got a, pretty look.
Yeah,
that goes a long way.
John, what do you think? Where would Nick Walker place?
Well, Nick beat Martin at the New York Pro, and Nick wasn't 100% there. I would have him at 34th.
Wow. Okay.
If he was 100%.
All right. Last question before we get into this, because the show started. Men's Classic. Just going to run over that real quick. Did you guys watch the Men's Classic?
I saw some of the highlights.
Yeah.
Three things about the Men's Classic. Bumstead did not walk away with it.
Right.
He's probably going to win, but it was not a knockout blow from Bumstead. That's my opinion on that. Number 2, Urs. Will somebody teach that man how to put color on his skin? Why was he pale white? You're an IFBB professional, one of the top guys in your division on planet Earth, and you're not coming in dark. I just don't get it. And why was Wesley overlooked?
Big time.
I mean, they didn't even look at him.
Big time.
That was weird.
You see the pictures of Wesley, and
I watched it. Yeah.
Wesley, with his structure, could compare well to Bumstead. He could beat him in the back double bicep. He could actually beat him in a couple of shots. He's not going to beat Bumstead in the symmetry and the beautiful body and the proportions, but they should have brought him in. And then when I had texted Palumbo, and Dave was like, he's flat. I don't know. Was he flat?
I think there was just too many fucking guys. How about that one? Maybe he fell through the cracks because there was 7,500 guys in Classic.
No, they know who he is. They know who he is.
No,
58. There was 58 competitors.
If you don't have a name, maybe, but they know who he is.
If that's not a money grab, I don't know what is really.
Yeah,
I mean, I think they just want a little more size on him, and they know who he is. Obviously, when the Arnold, the other guys, they could get looked over. I mean, 60 guys, people are getting looked over. There's no way you can judge. I've judged about 40, 50 bikini girls before, and the top maybe 7, maybe I got right. But beyond that, you're just filling in the score sheets. There's no possible way to. You cannot judge.
What did Jay? What did Oh wait, hold on. Greg Valentino said that he asked Maz, how do you score the bikini girls? And Maz says, I just place them in order of which one I'd fuck first.
That's so bad. That is so bad. You should be saying that, man. Jason is a promoter, man. He's in New Jersey. The Muscle Beach is one of the best shows in New Jersey.
It's the only one Maz doesn't have.
I love Jason's show. I always bring athletes. When I was there, I would always bring athletes to Jason's show.
Yes,
it was a good show.
absolutely. Thank you.
All right, last question, guys. Hadi Chupon, 1 week out, squatting 700 pounds, drop set 500 pounds, drop set 400 pounds, and his legs were downsized. What do you guys got to say about that? What's up with that? Is it worth it to do that 1 week out? Is it really worth it?
The problem is it's been working for him all these years. So you got to. I think he's just under. I just think he over dieted. I think you can't say what's been working for the last 15 years of his career doesn't work anymore. There's something else that's happening. And personally, I think
but you got to, John. Let me tell you something from experience, and Cutler will be the first person to tell you this. You can't use the same protocol every year. It doesn't work like that. Your body changes, your stress levels change, your cortisol levels change, your relationships change, your mind, your spirit. You got to adjust to what's happening in your life. You can't take your book and say, okay, this is what I did last year. I'm going to do the same exact thing at the same exact time, and it's going to work. That's not how it works, man. You got to do something different. I'm just saying, listen, to be strong enough to do, I I used to do that. I used to do the 6 plates, drop 5 plates, but I would do that in the off season. I wouldn't do that one fucking week out from a show because I was paranoid that I'm going to hurt myself after 15 weeks of killing myself. Yeah. I was fucking paranoid doing that. I don't know, man. I mean, that's the thing that I'm getting. Now, Armon is right. He's a little bit flat. If he fills back out, the legs are going to get fuller too. But
yeah. I mean, you can lose an inch on your legs.
Legs were downsized.
Well, how or is it he's just getting to the point where his body's just taking a beating too much?
No, I don't think it's that.
You don't think so? He has been in the sport for a very long time. He does beat the shit out of himself in the gym. You know, everything revolves around bodybuilding, and he does train extremely heavy. And he's not a young man. Was he 37, 38?
Yeah, but John, you when you're at his level, and you know you're a former Mr. Olympia. If you're living the lifestyle like Martin's a great example. I've seen a couple of his videos and stuff. He lives, sleeps, breathes bodybuilding, eats, trains, deep tissue massage, chiropractic work. If you're doing that, you can extend your career. Dexter Jackson did it. If you get to a certain point where you're starting to feel certain pains and aches, you can make adjustments. Instead of training heavy, you go to the West Coast and train with Charles Glass and hit your muscle a different way. I just think that Hadi Armon is making a good point. I think he was just Hani Rambod wanted to bring in conditioning.
That's
and
it.
When you bring conditioning in like that, you're going to sacrifice.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think he's just overdone.
Yeah, there's also that old protocol that you know, King, we used it, you know, coming in that you want to stimulate the same muscle fibers that you've been stimulating all the way through prep. But a week out, you know, 7 plates. My problem with that is just the risk of injury. You know, you're dehydrated, your ligaments, your tendons are dehydrated. To put that kind of poundage and do drop sets with it, you're just putting yourself at risk, you know, unnecessarily. So, but
that's the main thing. You know, you're dried out. Your spine's dried out. Everything's dried out. You know, I think you're doing damage. I mean, one of Ronnie Coleman's back surgeons told me, you know, like if you're squatting over 3 plates during contest prep, like I don't care how strong you are, 4 plates, 5 plates, you're damaging your spine. There's no matter how strong your muscles are. He said he's a bodybuilder too. Your spine cannot handle. You know, well, there was one prep. I was prepping for 2011 Nationals. Hani was prepping me. And I was like 2 weeks out, and I was like, you know, asked me my workout's going, and I was doing like, he had me doing like 7 sets of 20, middle of my workout on squats. And I was like, yeah, my last set, I'm doing like 5.5 plates. He's like, no, dude, like, don't do that. But I think he tried that with Hadi, but Hadi's over there in Iran. He's training, he's stubborn. So he's just kind of like, okay, because that's not Hadi's style of training at all. When he trains you, I used to go out to San Jose and spend a week out there and get trained by him and all that. That's not his style at all. So Hadi is just stubborn. He's just going to let him like, hey, just do what you want to do.
I think you're right.
I don't, you know, he's not injured yet. I don't think his body's beat up. I think he's fresh. You got to remember, all these guys do eat, sleep, and train. I mean, they're getting all the therapies, stem cell. They're doing everything they possibly can. I don't think his body's there. I just think he's flat, and I think tonight he's going to be a little fuller. And you can lose an inch on your quads easy just from being flat. I mean, easily. You guys that have competed, you know, the last, you know, you get that extra little condition. You're like, oh man, I lost, you know, a good amount on my legs, or even Derek's legs look a little bit down.
Yeah, they did.
To me, they did.
Yeah, no, you're right. I agree.
Armon, I couldn't agree more, man. I think Hadi is just this is what works. This is what's worked for me all these years. I'm going to train hard and heavy until the day of the show. That's it. And we've seen it backfire in the past. I mean, you've mentioned Ronnie Coleman, even Dorian Yates with all the injuries he had, and so on and so forth. You know, guys like Phil, Cutler, and Dexter, they kind of had the mental fortitude to say, all right, I got to back off now. I got as much muscle as I can. Pretty much it just got to, what would Haney say? Stimulate, don't annihilate.
Right.
You know, and I
think some guys, though, like, you know, Branch, and I'm good friends with Johnny Jackson. Those guys train like maniacs, and they're fine. Right. You know, everybody's Jackson, a little different. I sent him to my massage therapist before because he wasn't getting massages. and it's like, oh, that's too rough. Johnny hardly gets massage therapy. Well, when at the end when he was competing, and look, those guys are fine. They're not injured. They've never even had. I mean, Branch had his quad deal, but some people are just strong. I mean, if you're strong, King knows how it is. You're really strong. When you're strong, it's hard to back up. I mean, if you could, okay, I'm doing like whatever, squatting like 4. Oh, this is light. Why not put 5? It's because you're like, I can do more. So it's hard to scale back when you are that strong.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, the strength thing, it could be a great advantage, but at the same time, it could be a detriment too. I had to start pulling back at a certain point. I could feel myself going the wrong direction at a certain point. So I would pull back a little bit. But then again, you're right, Armon. Your mentality, you're like, but wait a minute, I've thrown the 150s around like it's nothing. Let me go grab them again.
You could feel it. You could feel it in your elbows. You could feel it in your shoulders. You could feel it in your wrists. You can feel it in your lower back. And your body's basically telling you, you better back off. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse.
I also had a protocol that I used to. If I felt something is wrong, I stopped training. I still do that to this day. If I go in and I'm doing a row and I feel my lower back starting to tighten up, I'll stop. Mm-hmm. I won't go to a machine and start working, try to do machine work or hammer strength. No, I completely stop. I go in the aerobics room. I sit down on a mat and I start stretching. I start to fucking meditate a little bit. I go and I go home. That's it. Because I do not want to end up like, trust me, I've seen too many people crippled. I've seen too many people messed up. Thank God, knock on wood, I haven't had those types of injuries. I'm still fine. Right. I'm still training the way I used to, except I pulled back 30% on the weight. I'm not going. You will not see me squatting 405, 500. It's not going to happen.
Right, yeah.
You still squat?
Hell, 315 for 12. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah. That's me. I don't go past 3 plates when I squat. I barely squat anymore. Now, look at me. I am not
2 anymore.
I'm not on either. I'm not near you guys' level. I never was, but on a smaller scale, I feel it. I could feel that I need to pull back. If I feel a little pull in my chest, I stop doing it, and maybe I skip that workout, or I go to some machines to finish up or something like that. And then the next couple of workouts, I'll just hit hammer strength in some machines because listen, I'm 48. And I've been working out since I'm 15 years old. Again, never been on your level, but on a smaller scale, I kind of understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. How great was that new box rule that they have on stage? How great is that?
Good.
Explain.
You cannot walk. And Steve was yelling at BUMSTEAD today 3 times. He yelled at BUMSTEAD.
Good.
Did he? I didn't hear that.
Back in your box. And then the first time, BUMSTEAD went like this. Like he said, okay, I got it. Then the second, then Steve was like, Chris, get back in your box. What are you doing? Get back in your box, And then he stepped back. A lot of, I'll say this too. He might not like it, but I'll say it. It's Hani Rambod's athletes. They do this. Derek, Hadi, and BUMSTEAD have a bad habit of walking forward. I don't know if Hani's telling him to do that, but it seems like they're the ones that were breaking the rules a lot when it came, especially last year and the year before.
I think he told him probably before too. No, yeah, I think before he probably told him.
That was a great move by the IFBB.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Because there was points where, remember the one with Kai and Phil where they almost went to blows on stage because they were too close to each other and knocking into each other. Kai hit him with his hair and all that shit.
Yeah. Did you? As one more thing here, did you guys see Ramon spilling over? My God, man.
His tan was literally melting off.
Jason, he went from the comparison, and then after the first comparison, when they did the back shots, he turned around, and it looked like someone took baby oil and just smacked through it on him. And then it was so bad that Breon looked over at him and said, dude, man, he was going like this. He goes, you need to fix this. And when he went to fix it, he just went streak, and made him look 100 times worse.
Do you know how?
Did anybody help him?
What's that?
Did anybody help him?
No, it was the last pose, and then he hit this last pose. They walked off stage, and when he went back, I'm sure somebody grabbed a towel and just fucking wiped him down. But if there was a quintessential example of spilling over, that's what it was. He just went. Even Shannon Sharp after the show, when Paloma got a hold of him, he goes, "Yeah, man, that Ramon, he just fucking went. His started sweating instantly. I'm like, it's called spilling over. It happens, man. It's mistiming."
How nerve-wracking is that? The biggest stage, and everybody's talking about you being in second, third spot, maybe winning it. You got all your Brazilian fans, and you just shit the bed like that. That's got to be how long is it?
It's bad timing.
At that stage, how long does it take for you to mentally get over that? Like when you're on that stage and everybody's got you picked to win or be in the top 5, and you make some kind of mistake that you could have controlled and it knocks you out of those spots. How long does it take before you bounce back? Does it take a few days, a week, or does it depend on the person?
This is the Olympia. I mean, it's a pretty hard hit, you know.
Right.
But, I mean, this is what they do, though. I mean, he's got a big fan base. He's making great money. He knows what he needs to do. Hey, these were probably mistakes we made. We, loaded too much, or, but and come back the next year. That's all you can do.
All you can do is fix it.
Yeah.
Well, how much mentally does it hurt you? Because the last thing you want to do is come back to the finals and be nervous and beating yourself up and so on and so forth.
Well, look, if I may, you're beating yourself up if you keep thinking about it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's over. Your placing's done. The show's over. You know what you did wrong, just like Armand said. Fix it and move on, or you're going to fuck up again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and plus these not European, these people that are coming from all over the world, all these different countries, they're like gods in their country.
Oh.
You see, like Heidi.
They're like
he was a god in
the
Japan.
US.
Gustavo, rest in peace, Badel, he was a god in Puerto Rico, So it's what was his name? The biggest one was Paco Batista in Italy. He was like Ronaldo walking down the street in Portugal.
Man.
That's how so
they built a statue of Hadi Chopin when he won the Olympia. They have
well, Iran is a different case too. The Iranians, they take it way too far. The death threats and this and that. They take it too far. But
even in Egypt, when Ramy won, they had a ticket tape parade for the freaking guy.
Well, Egypt has a long history too. Muhammad Makawe, Egypt bodybuilding in Egypt go way back too. But yeah, I mean, they take it seriously. I mean, when I went to Iran a few years back to do all my appearances and all the seminars, they had dormitories for bodybuilders. And if you're a professional, if you happen to get your pro card in your own little city, in your town, you're a god. They give you a gym, and you open up a gym. Everybody comes to your gym, and you make a ton of money. So it's like hitting the jackpot for these guys. It changes their life. Here in the United States, you get a pro card. All right, well, I got to go back to work, and I got a job. I got to go back to my 9 to 5. No, over there, it's like hitting the jackpot. You become famous and you become rich.
Wow. Oh well.
I think it's a shame here. I'm not saying all pro, because there's thousands of pros now, but even back then, like you should be treated. They're not bodybuilders have never been treated like a basketball player or a pro football player.
No.
I mean, why not? From the fans and the bodybuilding world, why not? Why aren't they treated like that? I never understood that. It's just a weird thing.
It's not as popular. Yeah, to be honest, as much.
I'm talking about the bodybuilding fan base, though. I mean, that you're seeing so and so and so and so. I mean, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's weird.
No, Armand, I kind of agree with you, because back in the day when I was a kid, you can go into any gym, and if you were an IFBB pro, especially in the 90s into the early 2000s, you wouldn't have to pay to train. It was an honor for them for you to train. Please come in and train. Jay used to train on Staten Island for a few years, and he never had to pay to walk in. And I went to both gyms that he went to when I was a kid. And now I don't see that happening anymore. Matter of fact, Lee Priest was complaining that Venice Gold's Gym Venice charged him last time he went out there.
Let me make the point right now with one question, and I'll ask you, John. You can prove my point right now. Who's Sam Sulik?
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Right? Yeah. Who is he? Now I'm asking you a question. Who is he?
Some shithead on YouTube.
But he's very popular. He got a contract with Hostile Nutrition, correct?
Right.
Okay. Who won the NPC Nationals last year?
Say that again?
Who won the NPC Nationals last year?
No fucking clue.
Exactly.
That's the truth.
There was a time, Mr. Jason Arntz is sitting right there, that the guy who won the NPC Nationals was a star.
Yeah.
Before he walked on a pro stage, he was a star already. That's why they gave this special invite to the national champion to go to the Olympia. They even gave that special invite because they're like, wow, this guy's already, and we will all be in the gyms. I'm sure Jason was just like me. We're like, oh yeah, it's Chris Cormier. I didn't know who the fuck Chris Cormier, but I knew the name.
Right.
I knew that he was next in line. Oh, Flex Wheeler. Oh, Mike Matarazzo, rest in peace. You know, they were stars. Those days are done. When a Sam Sulek, I don't know Sam. I don't know him, and I just know, you know, from YouTube and all that stuff. But when he gets a 6-figure contract with a supplement company and the NPC national champion doesn't have anything, that's a travesty.
Absolutely, because it's all about your social media following. Nobody cares about that, what you're actually doing anymore. It's unbelievable to me that these guys on YouTube and social media, Instagram, have a tremendous following, and half of them all of them have accomplished nothing. And then you have the bodybuilders that are really, really have accomplished things. They've been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years, and they get no love. Do you know how many people I took kids in the gym that I talked to, and they go, "Oh, do you follow Sam Sulek? Do you follow the Trend Twins?" And I'm like, dude, you're following the wrong people. You know, I was like,
that's their mentality though. They're accomplishing something when they go viral on social media. That's like getting their pro card.
What I'm saying is, if you really want to learn how to train and about bodybuilding, you follow Dave Palumbo, you follow Charles Glass, you follow Hostel. You don't follow the Trend Twins and Sam Sulek. Sam Sulek eats Cocoa Puffs for breakfast, for fuck's sake. I mean, you know, and it blows me away. And I'm like, who the fuck, you know, whatever. It's unfucking believable, man.
Yeah, it's the sign of the times, my friend. Everything is pretty much changed.
Crazy kid.
But every once in a while, I have fun with these kids. You know, I'll come in the gym and I'm in a spicy mood, or I want to fuck with somebody, and I see these kids getting there and they're making noise and they, you know, all this stuff, and I'll just grab one of them like, hey, you want to do one set with me? And I take him to fucking hell. I mean, to hell. And then they don't know what to do. I remember I did this to one kid. His name is John. He's probably watching right now from my gym. And I said, do one set with me. One set on the leg press. And I put on 4 plates on each side. And he's like, oh, 4 plates on each side. Okay. I did 50 reps, but my way. Okay. Right. Coming down with a 5 count, coming up, and then holding it, and then feet this way, and then feet this way, and then East Coast, West Coast, no hands. I have it on video. He was exorcist throwing up in the corner of the gym for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Don't you love those guys? Don't you love the guys that think they know about weight training and they haven't lifted weights since high school and they're like 35 now? And it's like, oh, all you need is a couple of dumbbells and a bench. I'm like, yeah, that's all you need. Because
nobody tests themselves anymore. You know what? I tested myself. I wanted to see what Milos's giant sets were all about. I was very curious. I went to Fullerton. I trained with him. And he goes, King, hey, you're not going to make it, man. You know, I know you're strong. And I said, Milos, obviously you don't know me. He goes, what do you mean? I said, I would die before I quit. He goes, I've heard that before. Guess what? 45 minutes later, he quit. He goes, nah, you're different. You're not going to quit. I'm like, I told you, I'd rather fucking die than quit. I'm not quitting. He goes, you and Hida. Hida's the same way. Hida doesn't quit too. It's a mentality type thing. You know why? Because I want to test myself. You know how bad I wanted to sit here and do a plat squat. What did he do? He did 315 48 times or something. Jesus.
Yeah.
Jose Raymond did. How many times did he do it, Jason? 26 times? 405?
But what was unique about plats was he'd get finished and go ride the bike for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
In the street.
No, I always wanted to try. Like I heard back in the day that God, I forgot his name. Great fucking NPC champion. Eddie Robinson. Eddie Robinson used to take 135 and squat, lunge across the football field.
Walking lunges.
I tried it, man. It's brutal. You have to drop it and fucking, speak to God and then get back in there again and do it. But, I wanted to test myself. Anybody out there, any of you dickhead schmoes listening to this, all you trolls, go to a football field and put 135 on your back and lunge it across and lunge it back. See if you can do it. I'll give you 10 grand if you can do it. It's not possible.
It is a mentality, work ethic that majority of people don't have, and that's what makes. It used to be that's what made an amateur into a pro, but today it makes a pro into an elite pro because there's too many pro cards. So if you have that work ethic and that mentality where you're going to die under the squat rack before you don't get this rep, then you will move into that elite category. It's because you're willing to go to spaces that nobody else is willing to go to.
John, it was you knew about, like, I knew about Jason before I met him. Back there was social media. All we have magazines. All I knew is if he's coming, you gotta be in shape.
Yeah,
that's what I knew. I said, if Jason Arntz is in the show, you gotta be in shape. You gotta be in shape. If Dexter Jackson it, you gotta be in shape. You gotta be in shape. It's done, man. You don't see that anymore. It's a different world, man.
It's a different time.
We also knew who the up and coming and top amateurs were. We knew who we had to compete against from show to show when we were trying to earn our pro cards, and we knew how we had to prepare for them. You know, one thing I used to say, because you know, we all have had our defeats, and as an amateur, if I lost to somebody, I would just, okay, all right, motherfucker, you ain't gonna beat me twice, you know. Right. So we go back and fucking and grind it down and make it better for the next time, you know. But
how difficult is it for you, Jay, and King, and even you, Armand, because you've been there? How difficult is it to accept the fact in bodybuilding that you're past your prime? When you were at the elite levels that you two guys were, how difficult is it to accept the fact that Father Time has just caught up? I can't come in the shape I used to. I don't respond like I used to, and these young guys coming up are beating me. How difficult is that to swallow and move on with life?
Well,
Jay, let me answer that first, then you can take over. I put that drive and passion into something else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I was able to do that. I was able to take that and then say to myself, okay, I'm not that 300-pound monster, Rolly Winkler looking mutant walking around anymore. But guess what? I got a $50,000 Rolex. That's my finances. I got as my son. He's killing it. He's an outside linebacker. I'm prepping. I just put my focus into something else. It's not easy for any professional athlete to be at the prime and put it aside. Trust me, it's not easy. But if you're mentally strong enough, you can do it.
What about you, Jay? Jay, what was the show that you entered for the last time and you went, all right?
Look, I to be honest, man, I would really like to have said my last Olympia in 2011 would have been my last time on stage, because I still look good. I was still, you know, coming down from my prime. I was 39. I was holding it as good as I could, but that was like the last year where I could really hold on to the size and the shape and remain injury free without any type of nerve damage and stuff like that. But I took off the next year because my second daughter was born, and I wanted to retire at 40. So I ended up starting a new company before I started my own, and they were pressuring me into competing. Hey, it would look good for the company. You could do one more Olympia. And to be honest, at that point, I was really done. I was mentally done. I was ready for the next chapter of my life. It wasn't really a struggle for me of, you know, giving up bodybuilding. What was a struggle was I've been an athlete my whole life. I've been competing and preparing and training for something since I was 6, 7 years old. So not to have anything to train for anymore, like no purpose, that took a little while to really readjust to. But just like King said, and it turned into, you know, my kids and starting my own company and growing the, you know, my own sports supplement brand. And that's my next thing that I'm competing in, you know. But it was hard for a while, dude. I couldn't go to an Olympia for a couple of years after I retired. It was just tough to be around.
Now, Armand, on the flip side, Armand, you still compete, right?
No.
You did a show not too long ago.
No.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was bro. I prepped 2.5 weeks. I dieted 2.5 weeks. That was a stupid idea.
That sounds like a Jason Arntz prep. 2.5 weeks of dieting. The fucker was in shape all year round.
Bro, I haven't competed in, you know, since 2014. I don't have off seasons. I eat 3 meals a day, and I just decided when I got back from my trip from Mexico, like, hey, my friend's doing this show. I'll prep 3 weeks. And it was a horrible idea. I burned.
Why, you won? Didn't you win?
yeah, it's a local show.
All right.
Yeah, but I look terrible. And people like I'm not competitive. I'm not competing. I started taking like hardeners and everything like for 3 weeks. That's what, you know. Could I go do Masters Nationals and do a proper prep and all that? I've got injuries, but yeah, I could probably do that. I just don't like when I in 2011 when I never got to my prime. You know, I had to have double shoulder surgery. I came back in 2014 when I healed up. It just wasn't the same feeling. I just didn't have that same excitement about the industry was changing at that time too. And I was like, okay, I did that year. And I was like, it's, you know, I had my daughter. I was like, it's time to be done. And then I put my focus into my daughter and my prep coaching and my supplement brand and all that. And, you know, it was tough. Yeah. Because your mind's like, I could still do this, but your body and your injuries are just preventing you when you can't do something at 100%, just to like 70%, you know, but no, that was not I dieted for a video shoot for my product line. I was like, okay, I'll just go on stage and do this show. It was a stupid idea because I tried to get in contest shape like the last week and I look bad. I mean, even though I won both classes, I still look really bad.
Yeah, but
that's not how I can look.
But Mark Lobliner said that you try to cheat the world and you put up a fake picture of yourself, though.
People didn't even get the whole story. It's so crazy. Story was I've never altered one of my pictures. There's for the photographer. I don't know if we talked about it on your show. The photographer.
We did. I had Lobliner on my show.
He's known for doing. You go to his page and there's a picture with someone with wings and a cape.
Yeah.
And we did normal pictures of like me and my wife and some other pictures. Then he did these like crazy, like AI looking pictures. You're an effing idiot if you don't know that's a super altered picture. And if you're stupid, I mean, you're a freaking moron, which all those people were. And they think I'm trying to fool people. And like, you know, I guess he, you know, enhanced my package down there too. I didn't even notice it. I just posted.
Yeah.
Like, I just posted it.
I need that. I
posted it, knowing, thinking people were, you know, not that stupid to think it was. I was blown away when people thought like I thought people that was, you know what I mean. That was a real picture.
So you're telling me I bought those trading cards. You're telling me those are not real?
Yeah.
I want.
But it just shows you the stupidity of people today. And people post like the picture that was posted was I was on stage. I was about to do like an abdominal thigh. I've had my stomach ripped apart 4 times with hernia surgery. The last time they went in 8 times and put in a mesh this big. Okay.
Jesus.
Try doing that. So I can't, you know, like Phil talked about, he can't feel his abs. So I can still crunch my abs together right. And, you know, I have a wide linear elbow and I can, if I breathe right and crunch them right, I could get it together. It was in between pose. I had my arms like that. So my arms look thin. And I'm like, you could go look at my videos of me working out at 260, 270, like lean at, you know, 250, 260. People knew all that, but they just chose to, you know, just make their own narrative. It's weird. I still get messages about that. Like, hey, Photoshop your pictures. I've never touched one of my pictures ever.
King, if you ever saw the picture, it looks like a cartoon. And you could clearly see that it's an AI image. It's fake. It's for fun. It's not like a slight difference here, a slight difference there that makes them look that much better. No.
I couldn't give a rat's ass. It doesn't matter. I mean, for God's sakes, you take 90% of the hot chicks out there, take their makeup off, take their extensions out, take their eyelashes out, take the gel out of their lips, and they look like fucking Cryptoville, disgusting, just gross fucking. It doesn't. Who cares? Do what you got to do.
But it's different though, because you got people that Photoshop their pictures every single day. Girls, guys, they do it daily to like trick people when they do, because it's not like so subtle. This is like, I would be Mr. Olympia if I looked like there was 2 different pictures. I look like a mannequin. Like people are like, they're that stupid?
Yeah,
those people,
it was unbelievable.
Jason, stupid. Aren't you happy we didn't have any of this, man? We had none of this. No smartphones, no Photoshop. We had magazines, man. That's it.
I went on John's podcast, and he was like, explain it. I'm like, what is there to explain? You're either stupid or you have common sense. It's common sense. Like, you're that stupid to think. And they're like, well, you have all these pictures selling it on your training programs. Those are pictures from Muscle Mag and Iron Man. Those aren't even pictures from that shoot. And they just make up the lie. Nobody just looks into it and they just regurgitate the stupid information.
When is this show going to start? It's what time is it?
I don't know.
It's 10:25.
It looks like it's starting right now.
Like
I'm just waiting for Bob to come out there because I know then that's when it's going to start.
Right.
I'm waiting for Ciccarello's face and voice.
And his fancy clothes.
Bob. Good old Bob.
I thought, you know, people don't like, people have a lot to say about Bob, but he does a good job when it comes to commentating and announcing.
Bob is an icon, dude. Bob is.
I had his picture in my locker in high school.
But then you beat him, King.
I told him that backstage at the Nationals. I said, Mr. Ciccarello, I had your picture in my locker. And he goes, Mr. Ciccarello.
Right.
Bad, bro. Call me Bob. I'm like, I'm sorry, man.
He does a great job announcing on these shows, man. He really does. I know he makes it look easy because I guarantee you, if somebody gets up, the next person that does it has got big shoes to fill as far as announcing goes.
Sid does a great job too. He's been in seeing some shows.
Sid,
there's people that charismatic personality, and Bob has always had that. That's. You can't train for that, dude. Bob has something that you can't work for. You just have it or you don't.
Right. You know what Bob is good at when he's doing these announcements on that stage? Filling time when there's a fuck up backstage. Honestly, he's on the microphone and he just knows what to say and what to do and how to kill time until they got whatever figured out that they have backstage. You know, somebody's missing. We got to find them, blah, blah, blah. And he's out there just kind of entertaining and doing what he has to do. You don't see this. You don't see.
All right, here we go.
Oh, finally. All right, good.
Color guards coming out.
What we got? The Open finals. We got the Classic finals. What else do we have tonight? Bikini.
Yeah. There's Gary Udit walking across. Sit down, Gary.
Gary.
Looks like the Crypt Keeper.
Gary's a good guy.
The daughter of a 12-time Mr. Olympia finalist, recording artist Asia Monet Ray.
I like Asia. Damn.
Is this Sean Ray's daughter?
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, take it back, Sean. Sorry. I don't. She sings well.
Look at Sean.
Is that his daughter?
It is his daughter.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Stage looks good. Okay, I give him that.
It does. It's nice.
And it got the boxes. I like the boxes.
She does have a good voice, actually.
Jay, what were you doing when this was going on backstage? You know what I was doing? Legs elevated, laying down, and fucking eating rice cakes and honey.
So this brings me back to my old football days, dude. Hearing the Star Spangled Banner before you're getting ready to go out and battle, dude. It just brings a tear to my eye, dude.
King, what was your best placing at the Olympia?
10th.
And what about the Arnold? Did you ever do the Arnold?
4th.
Nice. What about you, Jay? What was your best placing at the Olympia?
4th.
And 202 or open?
202.
Did you ever do an open Olympia?
No. They thank God, dude. They launched that in 2008, and I was able to do 4 of them and kickstart my career again.
All right.
Good job, Asia.
What year did you retire, Jason?
I retired 2013, but 2011 was my last Olympia. In 2012, I took off, and I came back in 2013, and it just wasn't going well, dude. You know, like nothing was really working. The guy I committed to the New York. Yeah, I committed to the New York Pro. I'm like, I'm gonna retire in front of my home crowd, and it was probably one of the worst placings I had as a pro. But you know, I got to say goodbye to everybody, and
yeah,
here's what it is.
Yeah.
Listen, the reason why I started a YouTube channel in bodybuilding is because I couldn't be at your guys' level. When guys turn into YouTubers and critics, it's because they don't have the talent to be at your guys' level. That's what we want to be, but it doesn't happen because we don't have the talent. So we wind up criticizing. Like,
that's why I have an OnlyFans now.
Yeah. You got me, the winner of the winner of the Muscle Beach in 2012.
There
right?
you go.
NPC commentating on who looks like shit on the Olympia stage.
It's come full circle.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I understand. You ask, a lot of people, we're critiquing, the Olympia, obviously. If we say someone, hey, this and this, it's not hating, it's not personal. We're just giving our professional opinion of what this,
bro, it's the
what
same.
we think.
It's the same thing.
A lot of other guys, though, John, like Cormier and all them, they have friends that are in it, and they kind of don't tell the complete truth sometimes because they don't want to offend their friends.
You're right, and actually, that's why I respect the Cito, because he does tell the truth even when he's training somebody. But it's the same thing as if you listen to WFAN sports radio, and the Giants, fucked up the game before, and you're saying, oh man, you got to catch that ball, and it's Mike Francesa with his stomach on his lap. Right. It's the same thing. And it's just now with social media, bodybuilders have to deal with it just like any other professional athlete.
Everybody's a backseat driver. And what social media has done, it's allowed people who have no relevance whatsoever, all due respect to people that do well. But if you provide entertainment, people are going to click and listen. And that's what it's all about, dude. Even sports news, reality TV, you have your political news channels, dude. It's all entertainment. It keeps people listening, keeps people watching. You ever watch ESPN in the offseason of football? They're predicting who's going to win the fucking Super Bowl. Like, holy shit, dude! They haven't even gone into the season yet. One game in, Dallas going to be number one. Holy shit, dude! Let them fucking play. What's the percentage they're making the Super Bowl? What's the percentage of making the playoffs? 25%. Everybody has a 25% chance of making the playoffs if they win the division.
And if you want entertainment on YouTube, you come to my channel. That's
on Wednesday nights when I'm there.
You go to my channel, King knows. You go to my other channel, Serious Sellers Outcast, and I have porno stars and gangsters and Hell's Angels and who else? Former Ku Klux Klansman.
Jesus.
No, I don't love them.
Swear to God. Yeah, I interviewed a former Klansman on my other channel.
Here we go.
All right.
Little criticism. The intro was a little bit long, but all right.
Oh, if you love bodybuilding, just go to my bodybuilding channel.
Yeah.
All three of you guys have been on my channel. Well, Jay's a regular.
I'm like that plant in the corner.
Yeah, that's why I dragged his ass onto RX Muscle.
All right, Jake. Looks like Jake. Mannion looks good for an 80-plus-year-old man. Not bad.
God bless him, right?
Yeah, he still looks good. Looks like a Mafia Don.
What's
still fucking holding it down, dude? He started all this.
Dan Solomon looks like a.
Dan Solomon.
What do you think? What do you think their combined net worth is for the three of them?
I don't know, but well deserved. They've earned it.
You think it's over 100 mil for combined, all three of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, but 90% of them will go to Jake.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'll begin tonight by congratulating each of you in attendance. You are each the owners of the most coveted seats in the history of bodybuilding.
I could see myself in a suit, for Christ's sake. Why is it so?
3 days. You are each the owners of the most coveted seats to the 60th Olympia.
I have a great Dan Solomon story too to tell you guys.
I
Don't hold back.
Yeah, you might as well because you know, we're watching, but other people are watching us. So
they had me commentating. It was me, Dan Solomon, and Chad Nichols a few years back at the Olympia backstage. And I think Dan misunderstood what I was going to do. he was sitting right next to me, and I was actually telling the truth. It was the year Jay had that huge bruise.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I was going crazy, and Dan was kicking me under the table constantly. And I stopped.
2011.
What's the kicking going to do, man? I'm being honest. He goes, King, that's just too much. I'm like, no, man, no. You asked me to do this, I'm going to do it.
What were you saying? It was a bad shot?
It was a bad shot. You don't listen, when it's an injury, it turns discoloration. But when it's flat, okay, when there's no type of distinction between one muscle and lesser muscle, that is
what did he want you to do? Not speak the truth? That you know, you're there to commentate. What I mean, you know, what is this?
Dexter.
The best part was Chad was cracking up. He put down. He's got this. You know, Chad's is fucking 300 pounds, and his shoulders were going up and down. And I'm just.
I mean, you're there to do it. You're there to do a job, and you know your job is to commentate. And what do they expect? What I mean, what is this? MSNBC? I mean, give me a break. You got to tell the truth.
Solomon has done good for the sport. I mean, look what we're looking at right now. He's done good, and he has the passion and stuff like that. I give him his props.
No, absolutely. But, you know, if you're commentating, you got to call a circle a circle.
Dexter tore said it was bicep, and then like 2 weeks back, it was better.
Yeah, that guy, Dexter Jackson, I don't think any other bodybuilder will ever have the longevity and
crazy.
And including at that level and the amount of wins. I don't think we're ever going to see that again.
What Dexter had was not only that, but Dexter responded well to the gear. He would take a little bit and he would explode. That was his X factor. He responded like this to gear.
A lot of guys
before Dexter had made his run for God knows how many shows, it was Vince Taylor holding that down, right? For the most amount of pro shows or pro wins, right?
Yeah.
It was Vince Taylor, and then there was another guy, and I can't remember his name. Who am I thinking of?
Albert Buckets.
That's it. Right, Albert
He
Buckets.
was the oldest competitor, but Vince Taylor, for most amount of shows and most amount of pro wins, I think until Dexter took over.
And Jason, explain to everybody why Vince lasted so long. He didn't train heavy.
He didn't train heavy, dude, and he took off.
Reps,
and he took time off in the offseason.
Yeah.
And he came off his gear.
Yeah.
King, that's why you're still handsome.
And that's what a lot of people that don't understand bodybuilding don't get. One of the pieces of being genetically elite is the fact that you do respond well to gear. Everybody, like, look, I know that there are guys in your day and today and even before that abused it and were still on stage, like the famous story of Milos talking to Jay about how many milligrams of anadrol that NASA used to take. But the majority of these guys just respond well. And when you say things like, oh, I do, 500 milligrams of testosterone, they don't believe it because they don't understand the genetic elite genetics that these guys have, that they could take a little bit and just blow up. They're 1% of the 1% of the population that could get to that level.
Since we're talking honest here, and since the four of us are very open and very raw, I will be honest. My first cycle ever was 30 tabs of anadrol. That's it. That was the first thing I ever did. Each one was 50 milligrams, and it was Syntex, the original orange and brown little bottle. Now, where did I get it from? A friend of mine who went to my high school, who ended up going on a full ride scholarship. I'm not going to say to college because then everybody will know who he is. And then he ended up going and playing in the NFL, and he became a all-star in the NFL. He got it for me. He brought it back from his college that summer, gave it to me, and all he said to me was, just take one a day. That's it. Just take one. So I took it, and I took it to my guy who the gym, my mentor in the gym. He looked at it, he goes, the fuck did you get this?
Yeah.
I'm like, I got it from this ex, whatever.
Now, how old were you?
I was 19. 19
That's
years
what
old.
I started like 2 weeks before my 19th birthday. I almost started when I was 60. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, okay. So I started taking it, and hand to the Bible, hand to the Quran, hand to whatever God you believe in. I gained 62 pounds, okay, in little over 2 months.
Yeah.
62. I had stretch marks going all up and down here, my quads, everything. And my family thought I had thyroid problems, and I mean, it was bad. 62 pounds, and I knew that's when I finally got a sense, because I remember this guy at the gym, bodybuilder. His name was Mongo. He came up to me and he goes, "Big Hawaiian fucker," and he
Mongo
goes,
like candy.
Yeah, he goes, "You got it, man. You got the genes, bro. You got the genes." And
that's the truth.
Right,
that's what a lot of these people don't understand. Just regular general bodybuilding fans. The first thing they look at a picture of, Kai or Phil, and they go, "Yeah, but that's all steroids." I'm like, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. You just don't.
For my first show, I was eating corn pops that morning, skim milk and corn pops.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a true story. And then I went and competed against Amin's brother, Adine, and it was between me and him for the teen DC title. He edged me out. He was much more conditioned, and that's when Amin came up to me backstage, and I was crying, and I was so upset. He goes, "Let me ask you something. What'd you eat this morning?" Corn pops and skim milk. And he's like, "Do me a favor, man." He goes, "What?" He goes, "Here's my number." And Amin was just a kid himself, So that's when I called him up, and he's like, do you know what carb cycling is? No. Do you know what diuretics are? No. Do you know how to carb deplete and load back? No. Do you know how to sodium load? No. Okay. And he taught me, and then within 3 weeks later, I won the Teen Virginia championship. Completely different person.
Right.
And then I realized it's science. It is a fucking science. It's
You
not
know-
just lifting weight.
Early on if you are going to be a champion bodybuilder or not. Did you see what Lee Priest ever looked like at 15 years old?
Yeah, but Lee is 1 in a billion too.
Yeah, but even yourself, how old were you when you won that show that you were just talking about?
I was a teenager. What was I? 17.
Yeah, so you just said you 3 weeks later you transform your body at 17. You clearly had the genetics to be an elite champion bodybuilder. Where that's what a lot of people. I see a lot of guys and girls that are wasting their time. They waste years thinking that they're gonna, and it's like you would have been there by now. Stop wasting money, wasting time, pushing all the gear. It really drives me crazy. It really does. Because it's like, I knew myself, right? I knew my last show, I was 37, 36, right? Something like that. And 38, because it was 10 years ago. And I knew when I got off stage and I went to go talk to a couple of, you know who I talked to, King? The first guy I went to go speak to was, the guy from Brooklyn. What was his name? I think he was Venezuelan. He used to train Kai before Farah.
Oh, yeah,
Oscar Arden. I went to go talk to Oscar Arden, and he was telling me we got to take this and we got to take that and we got to take this. And then I went to another guy, and he's like, "Yeah, we got to take this and we got to take that and we got to take this." And I'm like, "I'm not doing that. I'm 38. Like I was 181 pounds on stage. I'm not wasting my time, my health, my money. What to go to the nationals, get my ass handed to me, and maybe break the top 5 if I'm lucky? Fuck that." And that's when I was like, I'm done. This is ridiculous. But there are a lot of people that continue to push the envelope into their 30s, into their 40s, chasing a dream that's never going to happen.
Well, look at this, Bruce Buffer.
Oh shit! Look at that. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
How much did they pay him to come out there?
50 grand at least.
Mm-hmm.
That is the ugliest sport jacket I've ever seen, but I guaranteed it's like $5 grand.
Yeah, but his voice makes me think like just UFC just pops in my head.
Like blood's gonna happen right now.
It's kind of weird at a bodybuilding event.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? I'm glad they did it because they're trying to make it as entertaining as possible.
Absolutely.
Listen, for $75, they better fucking have something.
We'll see how the screen is tonight. If it's still blurry on the sides.
Listen, I was telling before you got on. I was telling King. I was in the gym. They had it on, the classic physique prejudging, and the lighting was fine. It was clear as day. You could see everything.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened last night. I don't know if it was just the actual live stream that's the problem, or if it was the lighting that's the problem. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I watched some of the classic today, and it looked way better.
Yeah, it did. And so, I don't know who to blame, because it might be the actual live stream itself that's shit, but I don't know. All right. Jay, why don't you tell us about that new fan you made today?
Yeah, so I didn't get to finish the story before. So I get this message on Instagram from some girl in Lithuania, and it didn't come across because I don't follow them with it. I don't know if they follow me, but it's one of those requested ones. So I had to look for that. Like sometimes I don't see them initially all the time. Well, you have like 7 or 8, requests to send you a message. And I open this one up, and it's this girl, and she goes, "Well, you couldn't afford a live stream, you fucking punk ass, you fucking punk ass faggot."
It was a guy just with a fake profile.
That's exactly what I said. There's a fake.
There's no girl. Yeah, there's no.
But holy
shit, it was
right?
some gay guy.
That's right. It's some guy that doesn't have the balls to actually say it, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a private account, this and that, and
look
shit, dude.
Look at Chick coming out. Look at this. Chick is coming out like Batman, son. Whoa. I love gold. That's a lot of gold for one man.
Celebrating Joe Reeder's 60th anniversary. Of course, the best athletes in the world. All have qualified to be on this stage here tonight.
They're going to do the men's first confirmation, right?
I hope. Yes. Sid told me that. Yes. Sid texted me this morning and said they're doing the men first.
Yeah, because everybody has to stick around for the, now they can put them first.
Right.
Because they're going to be the last guys to get on stage for the trophies.
He's called it a night, folks. No greater way to go out as an 8-time Olympia champion.
Is that really how you spell MC? I thought it was just the letters MC. Did you see that?
Yeah, no, that's how you spell it. Yeah.
What? But I thought MC stood for Masters of Ceremony. Why would it be spelled EMCEE?
I don't know.
English is a motherfucker, son.
No,
I found that a few years ago, I think.
What?
It's Master of Ceremonies.
That's right. No, but under Bob's name, it said he was the MC, but it was spelled EMCEE.
That just looks good for social media.
Oh, Christ. King, what is that ring that you have on? What is that? Some kind of award he got, or is that just his Italian diamond?
Ring that he got when he won the Masters Worlds. I'm not sure.
Or is it just some, it should be on his pinky, like the Goomba that he is.
Please welcome your head judges for the event, Mercedes Williamson. Big Steve Weinberger. And your IFBB Vice President, please welcome Tyler Mannion.
Well, Lou, at least you don't have to work tomorrow morning. I do, though.
Now, Bruce told you it was time. Around these parts,
All right. Hottie's going to go first. Let's see. Oh, no.
What?
Bikinis first.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
No offense to the bikini girls.
Nah, offense.
I'll prep them, but I can't watch them unless I had a client in the show or something. Ugh.
Their first 5 girls came out. Their combined weight is 97, and their boobs aren't big enough. That's it.
Let me ask
some
you
of them, they died down.
While we have some time to kill here.
Yeah.
There was 58 men's classic competitors. Does that say to me, am I to understand that there were 58 shows? Each one of those guys won a show?
I don't know. I don't. It might do it. That's a good point. They might do it different. It might be like some shows are 1 and 2. I don't know.
Armon.
Yeah, they qualify. Yeah, because they'll have.
No, I know they qualified, but does that mean that there was 58 classic physique shows this year?
No,
they have more shows.
It could have been.
Nah, it can't.
Not
can't
that many. No.
There's gotta be other qualifications in that. But
they all qualified though, so I mean,
that's I understand that it's a great honor to be on the Olympia stage, right? I get it. I fully understand that, right? But when does common sense play in? Let's say you're one of these guys that qualify for classic physique, and last year you went and there was 60 guys, and you came in 47th, right? So this year you qualify again, and you're like, boy, if I really put the work in, I can get from 47th to 40. Is it really worth the money, the time, and the effort? I mean, really,
thinking like that. They're probably like, I got overlooked. That's how they're probably thinking.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, no.
Those judges fuck me.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, sometimes you just gotta
I just need a prettier suit.
Doing the Olympia for the first time, I get it. I fully get it, right? But when there's 58 guys, I mean, where did they stop placing? Do they stop placing at like 16, like the open guys?
They've always done top 15. Everybody else is 16th.
Right.
I'm not sure if they continue to do that, but there's no way they're judging 58 guys.
No, that's what I'm saying. So
there's not enough hours in the day, even with the 3-hour difference to Vegas.
So like not one of these guys that came in, 32nd last year. Not one of them have a friend that says, "Look, dude, I mean, I understand, but this is a lot of money, especially if you're coming from like Europe or some shit, and you gotta pay for the flight, and you have no sponsors, right? I mean,
all these guys get paid. They pay them.
They pay for their airfare and flight from like if you're a classic physique guy from Ireland.
Don't you qualify? Don't they pay for you?
I don't know, King. Is that how it works?
They're supposed to, flight, hotel, and all that stuff.
Yeah, they pay.
All
They
58
pay
guys.
Competitors. Yeah.
That's hard to believe, only because that's a lot of fucking money they got to lay out.
Well, they're making a lot more money too throughout the year, and
I don't know.
That's the whole sport, or
I don't know. To me, it is
a lot. That is a lot. I mean, it's a ton. Because I mean, what did Bikini have? I don't know. I'm sure over 40. I don't even know.
I don't know.
Men's physique.
I can't even look at men. Classic physique, I could appreciate. Men's physique, I can't even.
Yeah, but if you're looking at it from Jason's point of view, he's a promoter. He loves men's physique and bikini.
Absolutely.
Class.
He absolutely loves bikini and men's physique. The more, the better. Come on.
So they are the best classes in the sport of bodybuilding.
Oh, it's
how you make your money.
It's
here we go. Open, guys.
Oh, praise Jesus.
Okay, so they just had the top walk out there real quick.
No, this is a confirmation before they're posing. So this is what's going to determine it right here.
All right, good. Let's see.
Let's see. Let's see, Hottie. Did he fill out? Let's see if Derek maintained. Let's see if Samson got crispier. Let's see if Hunter stayed dry.
They should pull out the top three, or at least finish with them.
So you know why I asked that question before, guys, about when it's time to start thinking about retiring, is because Brandon Curry is going to have to think about that after tonight.
Yeah.
And that's got to be difficult for a guy like him, who was.
Well, some of these guys, like Brandon, has a family and kids. Obviously, he's spent a lot of time away from them over the years. But let's say you're single, you don't have anything else going on, you're healthy. Maybe you're not going to place as high as you used to, but why not? If you can still get sponsors and
come on, cameraman,
love it and all that.
Oh, here we go. All right, who's out there?
Let's see. Hunter looks good.
So we got
Hunter
John Jewett.
full.
John Jewett.
He looks like the same as he did yesterday, fellas.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He looks. I mean, look, Armon, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
He did yesterday.
I mean, he's on the outside. The outside guys. But
Hunter looks the same, and Hottie from the back seems to look the same.
Rafi looks good.
See, Hottie from the front is so impressive.
Okay. Let's see what we got. At least we can see something now. The lighting is a lot better.
Like, I'm happy for a guy like John Jewett because he's such a hard worker, and he kills it in the gym, and he won his first pro show, and he finally made it to Olympia. Somebody like that deserves to be there, whether he places or not. He deserves to be there, and I'm kind of happy for guys like that because they've been putting the time in and the effort for several years now.
Samson looks good, boys.
Man, you ain't kidding, Jesus.
Yeah,
Samson makes Akeem look small, and that's saying something.
Except his arms. Akeem's arms.
Yeah, Akeem's arms are just insane. Yeah, he's just probably.
Oh,
yeah.
Akeem is in shape, but so is Samson. Looks good too, man. Martin just looks small. He's great body.
Yeah,
he's put together, but he just looks like he's too small compared to everybody else.
Yeah. But his shape is gonna bring him forward.
By himself, he looks amazing, but once you put him next to the big thick guys, yeah.
But look at that shot though. That rear double by Martin. I mean, he might have just won that shot out of these five, right?
No, Samson is the standout in this right here.
I'm just talking about that one particular shot.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at Samson. He's full. Yeah, he looks good. It's gonna be close, man.
Yeah, it says yeah.
Andrew pissed off as always.
Oh, okay. There's Mofuda. He's got to be pissed.
Andrew monster.
And the same thing about what's his name? The other Brazilian dude. This is his first Olympia.
Derek. Let's see, Derek.
There's Derek. Derek looks like he's a little drier.
Yeah, he looks good. I gotta see the whatchamacallit.
Bruno, that's what I was talking about. Like, very, very happy for a guy like Bruno.
Yeah, Derek, he's crispy. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little drier than last night.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Hams and glutes right there.
His lower back.
Shot. Let's see. Yeah, he's there. Derek's there.
Boom. Yeah, that's lights out shot right there, man.
Yeah, he's definitely better than yesterday.
That's a light shot. Yeah, it's a lights out shot. I knew that was going to happen.
Armon, are you seeing Derek better than yesterday?
Yeah.
Hey, King.
Yeah.
Here's a good question. This came in. Most people are worried about judges. Are they fair? Do we get the true Mr. Olympia? Have you ever seen in past, present, or future, have you ever seen them crown a Mr. Olympia that you thought was clearly undeserving?
Clearly undeserving?
Clearly Let me see.
I would say slightly undeserving. I wouldn't say clearly.
I'm gonna go back to the one that everybody goes back to in our time was 2007.
That's
Cutler,
exactly what I was gonna say.
Cutler and Victor.
That's right.
And every pro, when they
Yeah, Victor.
interviewed
Yeah,
and after the show, every pro had Victor winning. That's a little sketchy.
Yeah. Well, you go to the one with Dorian and NASA. What was it, 97?
No, I had Victor winning that one also, but there was one year that I thought Jay looked better than Ronnie.
Yeah, that's right.
And they gave it to Ronnie. And I think clearly the one year that most people who can think back in history was the year they gave it to Arnold over Mike Menser.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. 1980. Absolutely.
So to answer that question, it is possible if it happens, but again, this is just subjective. It's just our opinions.
you're gonna get more of that kind of stuff at like nationals.
Hunter,
You know,
Martin, Samson, Andrew, and Derek.
Oh, here we go.
There's your top 6.
What is it?
There's your top 6. It's Martin, Hunter, Hottie, Samson, and Andrew. Damn. And
Derek.
Derek.
Yeah, from the front, Andrew looks like Mr. Olympia. But then he turns to the side.
They're putting Martin in 4th.
Wow.
Wow. And they got Hottie and Samson in the middle. Oof.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's go. Let's see what we got. They all improved, but
Dude, that looks great. That shot looks great on Samson, bro. And Hottie. But
Samson front double bicep was there. This is Hottie.
the lat spread, yeah.
Hottie and Andrew.
Absolutely. The front lat spread, yeah.
Hottie's fuller. A little bit.
We'll see right now on the side chest.
Yeah.
Samson all the way.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Samson all the way is right. That is this is what separates the men from the boys right here. The back shots.
Yeah, that's Derek 1000%.
Yeah.
Hunter looks good in that shot. Hottie's still a tiny bit flat.
Yeah, yeah. And they got Derek. They're not moving Samson and
Samson looks fantastic.
and Hottie.
So does Derek in that shot.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
They'll move him around. They'll move him around.
Could you imagine if they give this to Samson this year? Holy shit.
I wouldn't be shocked.
They give this to Samson this year. And it'll be the first time I have a reigning Mr. Olympia on my channel. Because he's been on 3 times and he already gave me the I'm coming on after the Olympia.
Stay in your box. Stay in your box. There it is. There it is.
That shot on Hottie is just that hands clasp, most muscular, is phenomenal. I tell you, man, these guys really brought it. All 6 of these guys fucking brought it, man. Oh shit, who are they moving? No fucking way. They moved Martin to the middle. Oh, they put Martin and Derek. Okay, so
yeah, they're gonna keep moving them around.
I don't think that means anything. But
no, they're nothing right now. They're not. Doesn't mean anything right now.
Front double bicep. I'm giving to Samson.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin is what, 26, 27?
In this one.
Say that again, King. I'm sorry.
Front lat spread, Andrew jacked.
Big time. Big time. Martin is what, 26, 27?
26.
How much pussy do you think he's going to get after this goddamn show this weekend?
I don't think he's that type, man.
At 26,
No.
everybody's that type.
No, we've hung out and trained. He's a little different.
What do you mean he's not that type? He's a
yeah.
Fenoik? He's not a Fenoik.
I don't know what is that?
It's in Italian, it's slang for a homosexual.
No.
He has a fiance.
He's all bodybuilding, and he's concentrating on bodybuilding. And
I tell you, he looks fucking great.
Well, you're not worried about girls. You're wearing that strip on your nose 24/7. He always has that thing on, bro.
Yeah, what is that thing? What is that for?
It just helps you breathe better. But
Really?
you know, people don't wear it every day, all throughout the day.
Damn. It's a good thing I was never a celebrity or a top tier bodybuilder. You would have found me overdosed with 2 hookers and a pile of cocaine in my car. Really, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Those bodybuilder groupie girls were crazy, and they all went to all the different ones. Like, oh, you asked your buddy, yeah, you know her, yeah, I screwed her a few weeks ago. They just,
Yeah, I would have fully took advantage of it.
I try to stay away from it. They were freaking crazy.
Well, you were in that little circle for a little while.
Yeah, I partied with them Olympia after party,
and it done you no good. So now you're not.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm the guy who's never been there, and it's like, boy, that must be nice.
Akeem looks good. I think Akeem looks really fucking good.
He does. He looks improved from last night.
Brando looks worse today.
He does. I think Akeem wins.
They put Akeem on the outside. They just don't like Akeem for some reason.
You know what it is with Akeem? When he turns around too, he has such a long torso with a high lat insertion. Just from the front, he looks great, but when he turns around, it just throws his whole physique off. And there's nothing he could do about that. That's just how he's built. That's just how his structure is. You think De La Rosa is breaking the top 10? I hope he does. I don't know if he's gonna, but I do hope he does.
Dude, he looked good.
I know he looked good, but it looks like there's a lot of improvements here. It looks like Akeem improved, and
yeah, that shot goes to Brandon Curry. He's got great side shots.
Yeah, that chest shoulders, arms look great.
And Curry's hams are pretty tight too,
Yeah, it looks like he made some improvements from last night.
Curry made some improvements, definitely. I think a mistake that Raphael made is he was posting all those freaky pictures.
Yeah.
And those are pictures that were taken in the mirror, which adds about 20 pounds on your body.
The magic mirror.
People were expecting Ramy to show up, and that's not how it works.
That's right. The magic mirror and the goon light.
Raphael looks good. Brandon Curry is great in that shot.
You know what I was thinking too? Martin Fitzwater is the complete opposite. Martin Fitzwater doesn't look great on Instagram, but you put him on stage, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he's complete.
He's the complete opposite of what majority of bodybuilders are. On Instagram, they look great. You put him on stage, they look like shit.
In person too, he doesn't look insane in person. He's not one of those guys that look crazy in person either.
Really?
But on stage, looks really good. He made a lot of improvements this past year. I mean, he went over to Dubai for a year.
Did he really? Good for him.
Because
he almost lost. He almost lost. I'm glad he got his life because he almost lost.
Okay, so now they're bringing Akeem in the middle. He's working his way up. To all you youngsters out there, fight. When you're up there, keep fighting.
Yeah. So for people who don't know, but the majority of people that watching this know, if they move you in the middle, that means they like you the best out of that. The judges like you the best out of that entire lineup. So since they move Akeem in the middle, you could assume that he's going to be 7th place, give or take.
It means that he's comparing well and he's getting better.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Right. And I'm only explaining that because my brother called me today and said, I watched it because you're on, but I have no idea what the hell you guys are talking about.
Isn't this didn't Bonac announce that this is his last show? He's retiring after this, right?
If it is, that's good on him, man. Retire when you're still on top.
When you retire as an Olympian.
Yeah. I can't stress that enough. I know guys, King, me and Jay have a mutual friend, and he's in his 50s and he's still competing. And I get that you love it, but it's at the point where it's like,
oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's at the point where it's like maybe you want to tunnel your energy somewhere else at this point. You're in your 50s.
King knows.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but there's a lot of people watching. I don't want to shit on the guy.
He's a good guy. He's a good
Great
guy.
guy. He just can't get out of that.
He just don't want to hang it up.
Yeah.
I know a few of those guys, but if it makes him happy, oh, great. You know, maybe he'll be miserable and suicidal without doing it. You know what I mean?
Does it really, Armon? Does it really
No,
make him
not
happy?
me personally. No.
Or are they filling some kind of void?
Yeah,
or some
they're filling a void.
sense of, I don't know, self-establishment or something. I don't know.
It's like another good analogy, Armon, would be people that are still clubbing in their 50s.
Oh yeah.
They're not
Or fighters.
You know, like they'll have the Jonathan Peters Sound Factory Classics reunion.
Yeah.
And you got 50-year-old, people going in there still doing their thing. I stopped going about 16 years ago when I went and I saw kids taking off their shirts, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing here?
Yeah. I remember the day I stopped. I was 31, and I was like, all right.
I was like 28.
I remember I was 31 the day I stopped. I was at, you know what I was, Jay? I was at DJ's.
Yeah.
I was at DJ's in Belmar. I was 31, and I met a girl who was 21, and I knew that I should not be there anymore when I lied to the girl and told her I was 27. I was like, all right, I don't need to. This is the last.
I stopped before I even started. So I was never a clubber. I went a couple times. I think I went to the Sound Factory once or maybe twice, but definitely once. But I was, wasn't my thing.
I used to go to.
It was quite a. I just couldn't do it anymore. When I saw them taking off their shirts, I couldn't do it anymore.
Nah.
Yeah, that's what draw a line.
I used to go to Hunka Bunker a lot. Remember Hunka Bunker? Swear to God.
I got in a fight there.
Really? Who didn't? There was always fights there.
Yeah.
The worst is if you used to go to Brooklyn, if you used to go to Bay Ridge or Bensonhurst and the clubs over there, because everybody was a wannabe tough guy, and there was stabbings and shootings.
Dude, I got into a knife fight in Staten Island, and you're fucking in the woods, dude.
Yeah. It was
fucking knife fight, dude.
Everybody is a wannabe mafiosa, and especially back then, and like the 90s. All right, who they bringing out here? What's this? They got Brandau, Hunter.
This looks like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
And Curry, and yeah, you're right. Oh.
See, they're going to put Andrew in the middle, and hopefully they put Brandon in, because Brandon looks good. Oh, no. They're bringing Akeem in. Look at that.
Wow. Yeah.
Is this not 4th, 5th, 6th? No, this is not 4th, 5th, 6th?
No.
They got Hadi, Samson, Derek, and then
Martin.
Who's after them? Martin.
So this is 5 through. This is 5 through what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Where's Andrew?
No, Hunter's there.
Hunter's there.
Where's
Yeah.
Andrew?
What?
Andrew Jack. Where's he?
He's in the middle, right next to Hunter.
Oh yeah, I forgot your.
I think Martin solidified his position past these guys, and now it's down to what we thought after prejudging, which was Hunter and Andrew fighting. Now this is a battle between Hunter and Andrew
for 5th, right?
Yeah, and Akeem moving up. Akeem has moved up past Curry.
Looks like he's got around 6th.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 7th. I apologize. 7th. Sorry.
And I think Raphael is going to be around 10th.
Yeah. Raphael definitely.
That's what it looks like right now.
Raphael looks worse than last night.
He looks a little bit flat today.
He does. And from the back, he looks like he doesn't look sharp.
Yeah, he lost his sweeps and the squads.
Big time.
Yep.
Bonac is
his legs look really good yesterday.
Yeah.
And he looks smooth from the back on his hamstrings and glutes.
His quads were a lot fuller yesterday.
Yeah.
These old heads look good, man. Bonac, Curry, Akeem. The old heads brought it.
It's weird because Hunter's body looks more, aside from the pec tear, it just looks more worn out than the other guys.
Say that again,
Hunter's body just looks a little more worn out than the other guys.
I think Hunter is his back shots are winning it from him for in this lineup. I think his back shots are because his back shots are really good. I think that's what the case is. His back and side shots, I think, are really doing it for him. From the front, he has always that problem with the abdomen where he just can't
Well,
go.
He's got that little hernia coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He doesn't have great
striations. He'll get that fixed.
He doesn't have great striations across the chest, but from the back, he looks really improved.
He's got that bad pec tear, so his chest is never going to be,
Definitely 100% Raphael is flat.
There's no question.
Yeah.
He doesn't look.
Hunter is there. He looks like he's spilling just a tiny bit right now. Hunter's spilling just a tiny bit.
It always happens. Starts sweating, spilling.
Yeah,
that's what they did at Texas.
Starting to huff and puff up there a little too.
Texas last year is Andrew and Hunter, and Hunter started fading.
Like King, what now? Hunter's starting to fade a little bit. So, what if you're backstage with him? You're his coach. What do you do? Because now it's
calm him down.
All hands on deck.
Calm him down. Just take it. Tell him to relax. Drink some water. Just calm him down. There's nothing you can do. Just wipe off, pat the fucking sweat off. Tell him to calm down. There's nothing you can do.
He's the sweater. This is every show though.
This is going to tell everything. Martin moved up because now it's not just 3 guys coming out for the final call out. It's 4. So he's a solid 4th.
No question.
And it's solid 4th. And
all right, let's see.
He should be on top of the world right now. That's awesome.
Absolutely. He's the future, man. If he keeps his head on straight, he's the future.
Front double bicep, guys, call it out. I'm giving it to Samson.
Front double bicep.
It's Hottie and Samson.
Hottie and Samson, front double bicep.
Lat spread is Hottie all the way.
Derek's legs are down.
Yeah, lat spread is Hottie.
Wow.
Side chest. Samson.
That's Samson. He just has Mack truck density across the shoulders. These shots are Derek.
Back double bicep. That's Derek all the way.
That's Derek. And then, oddly enough, I'd go from Derek to Samson on that one.
Yeah, lat spread. Samson looked great. So does Martin. Martin looks. That's a good shot for Martin.
Yeah, they all look good from the lat spread, man.
Side tricep. Samson's mask, but Derek looks. They all look good in that shot.
Hottie looks good in that shot because of his striations, man.
Now, abdominal thigh. Everybody always says Hottie. Yes.
Yeah.
It's the Hottie. Now, the most muscular. Check this out, guys. Everybody says Hottie's great. Look how Martin compares to Hottie in the most muscular.
That crab shot on Martin is fucking great.
He knows it too. That's why he's milking.
He does it. But that hands clasp on Samson is fantastic.
We're going back to the mandatories.
Front double bi. I guess Samson.
Again, it's just Samson and Hottie in the front double bicep. This is why, to all you kids out there watching, it's very close. It's so close.
I'm like actually excited right now.
Side chest, Samson again.
Yeah, size. Samson just has too much width, and the way he poses it is perfect. Width and density, and he's able to pose and show off those strengths that he's got.
Yeah, and he's getting that's Derek all the way.
Oh, no question. Derek's.
Guess what? Martin standing next to Hottie is exposing Hottie even
big
more.
time. Yes, you're right, because I think he beats him on that.
Look at that shot right there.
Right there. Yeah.
Close.
The hamstrings and glutes.
Yeah, he's got better hamstrings and glutes than Hottie.
And I picked him as a dark horse, but I didn't think he was going to be this good.
Yeah, he's doing really well, man. Wow.
Again, it's equal all across.
So that shot I would give to Hottie.
It's a tough one to judge.
Yeah, the judges got their hands full tonight, man.
Yeah, this is tough.
You don't want to screw this up. It's $600,000 to the winner.
Check this out, guys. Look at this. Look at the most muscular Martin compared to Hottie. It's close.
That's very close.
Samson's got a great crab shot too.
Yeah, Samson's hands clasp is a great, most muscular on him. And what's odd is Derek's most muscular is probably his weakest shot.
Yeah, it is.
Then moves. All right, so they moved Samson on the end, and they put Derek to Hadi.
There we go.
You think they just picked the winner? And
No, they want to
They're
see
judging it still.
Hadi and Derek now.
Yeah.
Do you think they have Samson in first, and now they're trying to see who comes in second and third?
No,
I
they're
couldn't
still
tell
judging
you
this.
right or wrong, my friend. It's that close.
I know.
Start right there goes to Derek. And another thing I'm starting to notice is Hadi's right shoulder is starting to look pointy.
Yes, I noticed that yesterday this morning when I looked at the pics.
It's never went away, but it's never went away though.
And Derek still has that shit on his lat when he does the front double by. Yeah, front double by.
Scar tissue,
Is that what it is? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
It's the same thing from last year.
Yeah, he's shooting his lats right there. It's a weird place to shoot, but my buddy was shooting the same place.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like scar tissue. It looks like a cyst.
But it was there from last year too.
No, it's scar tissue is perfect on each side. Each side is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Louis, that means that's where they shoot their steroids.
That's what I wanted to see. Samson's fired up.
Derek's leg.
Now,
I can't believe.
I want all the kids and everybody to pay attention here. Martin is starting to spill tiny little bits. When you start to shake when you're posing, and when you start to see the shoulders get a little bit shiny like that,
he's getting tired.
And I think it's nerves too. Still.
Well, let's hold on.
And he's never been on the Olympia stage. He's never been in this elite, and he's also never been run through the mill with posing like this before. There's a lot for this.
Hold on. Let's clarify this. People don't misinterpret what you mean by spilling. In this sense right now with Martin, what's happening is he's dehydrated, he's depleted. It's starting to get to him. His body's breaking down. He's shaking. The sweat coming out, probably from stress, cortisol, and fatigue. The difference between that and somebody spilling over, when I hear the term spilling over, I always correlate that with somebody who's they've carved out too much. They've taken in an excessive amount of carbohydrates. The glycogen no longer gets stored in the muscle cell, so it's being held subcutaneously, which gives you that watery, softer kind of look. That's not what's going on with Martin right now.
You know what it is, Jay? I know you can't see, but I don't think you could figure out. I fully understand and understand your point, but I don't think you could figure out whether it is what you just said or whether he's spilling over. Because first of all, it's minute.
He's not eating.
If he spilled over from carbs, that's when you're eating. So it's not from what he ate.
Yeah, he's not eating right now, so it's not spilling over. So he's shaking up. This is all stress and being tired, and again, he's been depleted and dehydrated for the last.
Hold that. Yeah, go back, Lou. Go back to that picture, King. All right, we got some pics from Sid from the comparison shots. Let's. Can you see it well, King?
I can see it, but it's small.
Can you make it bigger, Lou?
I'm not touching my phone.
What about that? What about now? Wow. Look, they look fucking great, man.
Is that Bonac?
Yeah, that's Bonac. It looks like Andrew. To the left is Bruno. It's Derek all the way at the end.
Yeah. So again, this goes to show you what the judges are seeing is different from what we're seeing.
That's right. Yeah.
Just completely, because Bonac looks fantastic in that shot.
Yeah. Exactly.
The black guys are just really black on screen. It's hard to see their detail, So
yeah, absolutely.
On the live stream, we just see
I would not
a lot
of. And another thing we got to say right now to everybody out there: what did we say yesterday? They're going to rejudge them. We're going to be able to see them. We'll be able to choose a little bit better as to who we think. I'm more confused now, to be honest with you. I'm just all over the place. I would not be surprised, or I wouldn't be upset at all if any one of those three wins the Olympia tonight. They're all great.
I'll be honest with you. They might not give it to Derek. I know he's a champ, but his legs did not look good tonight. His legs, compared to what he normally looks, they looked downsized. He might have just.
See, John, the thing is that they each have lights out shots.
That's true.
Hadi's ab shot is lights out. Samson's side shots are lights out.
They're also different.
Derek's got his back double bicep shot, it's like out, and then Martin slid in there and just, you know, put a wrench in all that stuff because he compares well to these guys, you know?
Go to the next pick, Lou. Thank you. See, right there, Andrew looks amazing in that shot. That just front relaxed.
You got they have them at the top, guys, like the first call out?
I don't know. This is what Sid sent us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just have the picks that Sid sent us. That's all. Andrew in that shot, that front relax looks amazing. It's from the side when you notice that he's shallow in the hamstrings, and he does that.
Feel a little bit for him too, man. Because what did they tell him last year? You need to get thicker. So he put on 20 pounds, and you know what they're going to tell him? You still need more size.
He did because he's 6'3".
They're going to tell him again. So they're going to repeat what they told him last year. You're going to need more size.
You know, once you get past 6 foot, it's very difficult to put on the amount of size you need to be a Mr. Olympia. You know, it's not. Those lanky guys.
And can he put on more size? He's 40 years old.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say, Armon. He's not a young man either.
And you know, Cito said he had to talk with him. Hey, you got to, if you want to do this, let's do this. And I'm sure he pushed it this year with the gear too. You know, I'm sure, you know, because I heard he didn't really take it that much before. And you know, Cito's like, hey, we got to get with it. And so I think, you know, so what can he do more than this? Can he improve? Does he want to? Does he have the heart to after this to eat more, to train harder, to take? I mean, I don't know where he goes from here. Here's
the thing. If I'm Chris Aceto, I'm telling him, look at the gains you made in 1 year. If we stay on this track, you're only going to get better for next year. If he is stubborn, like the rumors say he is, that's how I would get in his head. Look at what we did in 1 year. You know, look at the gains you made in 1 year. You know, 10 times better from last year. This is what I would say to him, and I would say, let's just stay on track.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, to what it sounds like right now, they're going to bring out all Olympia winners.
Oh, one of those. Oh, okay. Lou, we got any more picks, or is the only two? Oh, all right, good. Keep going. All right, right there, because that's Martin in the middle there. Kane, you see that? You see Martin in the middle?
Yeah, that's before they pulled him with the other guys. So.
Yeah, but I just want to see that rear double by on Martin and see how really impressive it is for a guy on his first Olympia stage.
Where's his right calf?
What'd you say?
Where's his right calf?
Can you focus in a little more? Yeah, there you go. No, the guy in the middle, Martin Fitzwater.
Ooh, he has calves too, so I don't know. That's a little weird.
Wow, Andrew Jackson's worse than his. Jesus, nobody's got calves in that shot. The fuck?
Andrew's got calves though; they're just high.
Is that what?
They look.
Oh, that's not Andrew. I'm sorry, that's Brandon. I apologize. That's Brandon. Sorry.
That's Brandon. Andrew has calves. Hunter's got big, real big
Brandon's calves.
Brandon's
look non-existent.
Yeah. Thank God it's the last thing they fucking look at is calves. Jesus.
Who's in the green? Who's in the green?
The green is, who is that? Is that Akeem? I think that's Akeem. Yeah, that's Akeem, because to the left is Samson.
Fuck are his calves too.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay, Ronnie Coleman, Jay Cutler, Phil Heath,
Lee Haney,
Dexter Jackson, Samir Banut.
Yeah. Samir
Color had big calves.
Samir is awesome. I love his commentating.
That's some weird shit.
Dexter on that walk.
Yeah. Dexter probably had pussy falling out of his pockets. Just from the walk. I mean, he just glows confidence. It's unbelievable.
What's going on here? They're giving them Mr. Olympia rings?
Yeah, the rings, yeah.
Jay always likes to dress down. Jay always likes jeans and a t-shirt, and he's good.
Shit, I don't like wearing a suit. Do you?
Me neither, honestly. The only time I
hate wearing a suit. It reminds me of going to court.
When I wear a suit, it reminds me of going to one of my guinea cousins' weddings. But yeah, no, I'm a blue collar guy, dude. I'm in work jeans and boots all day, and then I'm in gym wear. That's it.
Talk about aging well. Look at Lee Haney, man.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. That's because Lee Haney did it right. He was out at 31. Done. Out at 31. Look at that ring. Jesus.
Gentlemen, I got to sign out. I got to be up early.
Peace
All
out,
right.
Jason.
Brother.
Sure.
Have a good
you,
night.
I'll see you
Enjoy
later.
the show. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
Take care.
I tell you, they spend some money this year between Michael Buffer and the rings and the ceremony and all the background.
Yeah, I think Jake is selling more rivets right now.
Yeah, really.
That's where he got his money. You know that, right?
Say that again?
You know where Jake Wood got his money.
No, I don't know where he got his money, actually.
And it's some rivet that goes into every airplane that flies across the world, and he's patented it.
Really?
Yeah, that's where he made all his multi-millions. He's patented some, because he's an engineer. He patented some rivet that goes into the thing that makes the airplane go high or something like that. It has to do with airplanes and rivets, and he's patented it, and that's where he got his money.
How much is he worth?
It's got to be in the hundreds of millions.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah,
right
Derek can still win. Yeah, absolutely.
now. Let me I'm gonna look it up. Jake Wood, his name is, right?
He's got some serious money. I mean, he brought the women bodybuilders back. I know he likes women bodybuilders. No, he likes them, but I mean,
I had an Iranian girl contact me. She was crying, and if I told you, I don't want to say her name now, but Armon, I'll tell you later.
Okay.
And she was like, "Oh, I don't know what to do. My money, I don't have the fun." I said, "You're a muscular, pretty Iranian girl, female bodybuilder. Send Jake Wood a couple of your pictures." And guess what?
Yeah.
He sponsored her.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
loves that shit, huh?
Oh yeah, it's fetish. Yeah, he's the one of those.
He likes
Yeah.
muscular women.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, isn't he dating one of them? One of the girls, or was? I can't seem to find his net worth here.
He's opposing routines for the top 10.
I guess he's not famous enough that we could
I've
figure
told
it out.
Dick 1,000 times his name is not Chupan. It's
Yeah.
it's Hadi Chupan, not Chupan.
Dude, I mix up Hani, Hadi, and Hide's names constantly, all the time, and I get chewed out on the comments. All right, so here's Hadi Chupin,
Hani's the coach. Hadi's the competitor.
and Hide's the Jap, the bodybuilder.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, from the front, Hadi looks amazing, man. I don't know what the hell they're talking about his tricep. I don't know what the hell they were talking about this morning.
Yeah, Jose was talking
Jose,
about.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Can you see anything wrong with his tricep?
I'm trying to see. I'm looking at it right now. Right arm is there.
Yeah, his triceps look fine to me. I don't know.
Let's see. Let's see what he was talking about.
Oh, maybe he meant shoulder. I don't know.
I don't know either. He just seems to be lacking detail in his back for the first time I've ever seen. Am I right?
Like that.
His
Last
right
year he was like
arm is bigger than his left arm, but I'm not seeing any issues with his left tricep.
No, I don't see any tricep issues.
No, me neither. King, am I right about him lacking the detail he normally has in his back, or am I?
It was like that last year too.
The best he's ever looked was at the Arnold Classic. That's why I said 1,000 times. If he comes in the way he looked at the Arnold Classic, he'll be hard to beat. And I tell you right now, if that Hadi was here tonight, right now, all three of us will be saying, okay, he's going to win.
Right.
When he was a little smaller, his back was drier. And now the last year was like this too when we did the play-by-play. And his glutes were softer last year too.
And talking about making he winning the the People's Champion belt. That's because the Iranians go in there and vote. Like 10 million of them go and vote.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he'll probably win it again this year.
That's fine.
I got no problem with that.
No, me neither. You listen, you get your fan base, and they're loyal fan base. Loyal fan base is fine.
Okay, Raphael made top 10. Good for him.
Raphael, what's so funny, King, is that Hadi comes out with that mask, and Raphael comes out, who is a big guy too, and he just looks like a child.
No, listen, my issue with Raphael is if he would not have posted those pictures, I would be like, yeah, this is a great look for him, this and that. But in those pictures, they were making him out to be the next Ramy coming out.
Dude, he's soft from the back, man. Look at that. He's soft from the back.
It looks like he took some more diuretics that were like maybe too much, because he's like it's pulled a lot. And
there's nothing going on in the back and the hamstrings and the glutes. No, there's nothing going on.
But hey, he's better than last year. He did make improvements.
Well, last year was the year before he was.
Let's teach everybody out there, even the fucking trolls and the idiots who are watching. We gotta teach them. All right, this everybody out there. This is called flat.
Yeah.
So when you hear me, Armand, John, when we're talking about someone's flat, this is what flat looks like. Because if he had a couple of hamburgers and fries tomorrow, he's going to look incredible for a photo shoot.
Yeah,
what do you think he did? You think he just? What do you think?
I agree with Armand. I think he did diuretics.
Over diuretics.
To hold that condition, I think whatever diuretics, probably they did whatever I know most people just use dyes. I know, but probably took a little too much, or maybe he didn't even need it. Maybe just restricting a little water, and it gives you that soft look when you're flat too. You seem like not in condition too.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing to hear. I've heard that before when I flattened out. When
you're feeling your chest and you're like, shit, my chest is mushy. The
judge will come to you and say, yeah, man, you just weren't in shape, and you want to punch them in the face as hard as you can when they say you. Because you're thinking to yourself, I have zero body fat. Why can't you just say I was flat? Then I would respect you a little bit more. I was flat. Just say it.
Because half of them don't know themselves.
Yeah, that's that right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's called being flattened out through diuretics. Now we're guessing, but we're pretty much.
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we're taking educated guesses, but that's a disappointing look for him.
It happens. You time things, and time them wrong, or whatever. It just happens.
And one thing that I keep hearing, and Armand, maybe you can clarify this. A lot of people say that Hunter, on video and in pictures, doesn't look like what Hunter looks like in person. Everyone says he looks a lot more impressive in person. Is that true?
I've seen him in person a couple times at the gym, like far away. I wasn't next to him.
You know what?
I mean, he looks more impressive in person. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No. He's always held. Right here,
to me, he looks like a really good version of Hunter Labrada. Good color. Quads are huge and separated and striated, but he's still holding a layer of water
on the back. That's exactly what I was going to say.
That is what I see. That's what my eyes are telling me right now.
From the back, even in the front a little bit, but
his glutes aren't in. So I think there's always an issue with the dialing in part, and that's when we went back to yesterday talking about the coaching issue. Like, what are they doing? It's and a lot of people are saying he needs a real coach. Saying that his friend Ben's not a real coach. And honestly, I don't know anything about them personally. I think Ben started helping him, and I think that's how Ben built his clientele after that. I don't know anything about him, so I don't want to say anything like that wrong. But I think if maybe he changed up some things, got a more experienced coach, I think it would be a little different. I think
I can't agree more, man. When you're at that level,
when you're in your room and saying, hey, what do you think I should do next? Like I said, and they're kind of you're supposed to do that with your coach, but someone seasoned that's been doing this for 20 years, 30 years is going to be very different than your buddy that's your same age, think, I think this would work, or this would work. I think he needs a new coach.
I agree.
Hey, friends, that's cool. I mean, get a legit coach.
I fully agree. It's not that Ben is not legit. It's just like you said, you can't replace an Aceto with 30 years, or a Farah or a Ranrod.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not one of these guys that's doing it
And all those guys would jump at the opportunity to grab onto Hunter and make him that much better.
No, they wouldn't jump.
You don't think so?
No, they don't. They won't jump. You know, these George or Exito, or they're not going to jump. Or Hani might not even take him. I don't think Hani would even take him on, honestly.
You don't think if Hunter made a phone call to Exito?
No,
really?
No, Exito, Hani wouldn't take him on.
Oh, I could see that because he's all right. Maybe you're right. I could see that because
of an athlete. There's no reason Hani would take him on.
I can know
Hani.
But what's we call it? Didn't Hani? What was that guy's name? They used to call him the King Snake. What was his name?
Steve. I'm friends.
Kuklo. Yeah, Kuklo worked with Hani Rambod, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was an Evagen athlete, and
he was right.
But then when he left Evagen, Steve didn't have a coach anymore. So
I don't. I think I agree with you. I think he needs to. At his level, he should have a guy with great experience, man. And like you said, no hard feelings. Ben is a great coach, but it's time to bring me to the next level. Listen, I think Jay Cutler did it with Aceto, right? When he lost to Dexter. And he was
but going back to Steve. So yeah, he was with Hani and he had an Evagen contract. The Evagen contract is over. Hani, and that's when Hani brought Justin Compton on kind of to take his place. And he told Steve, "Hey, I can't pay you what you're worth." It was kind of like a nice way of saying, "Hey, it's time we're moving on." But after that, I'm friends with Steve. He lives here. We've trained together before, hung out together before, partied before. He used to come by my house. A lot of people wanted him to work with me because they thought I could get him in shape. And he was getting this girl was training him, coming down here and putting him through some workout. Yeah, and then he had her coach him, and everybody was like, she used to pose a lot of my clients in Oklahoma because a lot of my clients in Oklahoma, I would send her for posing, and no one understood why. Like, I don't. Gina is probably a good coach for some people, but to coach a top male Olympia bodybuilder, it just made no sense, and nobody really understood it. And it didn't do any favors for him. And if he had someone else, but he was with George, and George got sick too. So
that's true,
and then he went with Gina, and then his career just kind of went like that. So that's how important it is to. So some people feel like they might break the friendship, and that's where you got to separate. That's why I don't like coaching friends. I don't like coaching like friends. So
now, King, here's Martin. Sorry, good. King, here's Martin, and we missed Brandon Curry. Brandon looked better than last night, but still not the old Brandon. And Martin is throwing a monkey wrench into this whole thing because he really looks good. What do you think, King?
Yeah, he looks good. He's compared well. He exposed the Hottie in a couple of shots, especially the back shots.
Yeah. He's a solid fourth, though.
Matched Hottie in the most muscular shot.
Mm-hmm.
He should be on cloud 9 right now.
Absolutely.
He's just young. Yeah. Just young, man. See how
26 is really young.
Poses, and he's not. The facial expressions are monotone. This and that. That's just
inexperience.
Yeah.
That's just inexperience. That's all that is.
His dad was a bodybuilder too, so he grew up around bodybuilding, and he's always been a bodybuilding fan since he was a kid too. So
he's the future, that's for sure. As long as he keeps his head on straight, he's the future.
Yeah, that's the deal with him. He's got to keep his. That's exactly what he needs to keep his head on straight. Texas, he got in. I'm not going to go into his personal issues, but he had some issues in Texas.
No, I reported on it. He blocked me from Instagram because I reported when he got arrested. And so anytime I want to do a wrap up or something about bodybuilding and he's in it, I have to have Jay send me the pictures from his Instagram. So, how
many people talked about it? That's the thing. Like,
I think I was probably it was me, and I would think I was the only one because I got it from Trigilli on Instagram, and then I went and looked it up, and I found the arrest report. And
who are we talking about?
Martin Fitzwater.
Oh, Martin.
Last year, he got arrested for I believe it was drugs. I want to say anabolics. There was some rumors about fentanyl. I don't know how true that is, but whatever he did, he dealt with it and put it behind him, and he made great strides.
Went to Dubai, and then he went to Florida and been training with Brett Wilkins, and they've done well. Brett's improved too.
Brett looked good in his last show. I can't wait to see.
He improved too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Brett brings to the Olympia stage next year, because he's got a whole year to improve, and he's a young man.
I think if Martin, somebody was advising about on his career what he should do, Martin, if you're listening to this after the show, you got to do the Arnold Classic, man. You got to.
Yes, great point, King. Great point. Yes, because you know he's going to get the invite after this.
Yeah.
Well, he hired that coach that everybody's running to now, that they think is the next best, thing. That boss of law. I don't know his real name.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
That's who's he coaching now? He's coaching several of these guys. Yeah.
All right, so here's Akeem, and same thing. He's in great shape, but again,
he made top 10, man.
He made top 10 from the back. It's the same scenario where he has a very long torso and high lat insertions, and there's nothing he could do about that. That's a structure thing, and his structure is going to hold him back from that. But he is a top 10 Olympian tonight, that's for sure.
Martin loves bodybuilding. There's no reason he wouldn't do the Arnold. So
yeah,
I don't think he's not burnt out. I mean, so there's no reason he wouldn't do it.
Here's Samson. Samson, get out of the dark. Where's the lights? What happened?
He's about to walk out.
Is he that dark that he blends into the background? For Christ's sake!
Yeah, the play-by-play, the Akeem, him, the real dark guys. It's hard. Well,
he's also standing back there. He's got to move up to the X.
Seriously, can move up to the light. Yeah, he's not in the box.
Get into the light. Yeah, there we go. That's what we need to see.
Okay, much better, much better. There we go. Now we can see everything.
There you go. Yeah.
To all you people watching out there, don't be surprised if he wins this year.
I would not be.
I will not be surprised at all, because he looks fantastic. They asked him, as Milo said today, he checks off a lot of boxes, and he did what they asked him to do.
Yeah,
come in harder, improve your back. I mean, he's done everything that he needs to do.
Some people owe his wife some apologies. That's for sure.
I'm fine with any of these three winning. Like I said, any of these three can win. These judges have a really hard job.
But he just seems the most complete out of those top three.
They all have their strengths, and and they're all so different. That's the thing. It's a tough one.
I always also say this to Armand: if a non-bodybuilding person was watching the show, and they were looking at it, they would probably look at him and say, "This guy looks like he's the best."
Yeah,
that's what they would say. Wow.
Well, I made a video on TikTok, and everybody's like, Andrew got jacked. Andrew got screwed. He should win. And I'm
I was watching
the bodybuilding fan. Yeah, people don't know what they're talking about. They just say shit.
Yeah,
like, did y'all even watch finals? They saw a few pictures, and
people either don't know how to look at bodybuilders, or it's an emotional choice. He's my favorite bodybuilder. He should win. That's it, right?
You got to have an eye for it too. A lot of people can be huge fans, and they just don't have an eye for it.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they give it to Samson. It just seems like the most complete out of Derek and Hadi this year. Out of the top three, he seems like to be the most complete guy. He's got one weak pose, but all three of those guys have weak poses now. And here's Andrew. King, why do they pose so slow? Is anybody going to put on some Metallica?
It's just personality. Bodybuilders are not.
But they all seem to do it.
Crazy, outrageous, crazy, this and that. You can't compare to.
I really wish they would just watch a Mike Matarazzo video and just play some Metallica and go out there like a psycho, like a bull, and start posing like you're the baddest motherfucker on that stage. It's just so.
Some of them, that's not their personality though. They feel super uncomfortable doing that. That's just not them. I've had clients before. I try to get some, you know, to amp them up a little bit. They've been competing for years, and it's just not them. It's just, you know,
sucks for us though.
Yeah.
I loved watching Matarazzo pose.
Getting more and more pissed off right now. They fucked his music up.
Oh.
And look, he keeps looking backstage. Now he's shaking his head. Don't get upset.
Oh yeah. See, that's what I mean by his hamstrings, right? They're shallow compared to
shaking his head.
He's disappointed for some reason.
Well, this music, he keeps shaking his head. He's pissed.
He's been pissed since last night.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying in Mr. Olympia if they mess up your music, but it's not like he had some.
Yeah, I get it, but you know,
he's already pissed. I understand. But,
you look like you're number 5 in the world right now. You know, give me a break, man. You could, you know, when you have that personality on stage, and then you hear the rumors about him being stubborn, it adds some validity to it. Where's Bonek? Oh, there he is. And they increased the prize money this year, right? $600,000 to number 1.
You know what his job is back in his hometown, right?
What?
He's a nightclub owner.
Get the fuck out of here! Really?
That's what he is. He owns a nightclub.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he's a Mr. Night guy.
Andrew or William?
William.
Andrew. William. Is he?
Yeah, Andrew's like some kind of engineer or something like that, right?
Those glutes. Good Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, Bonek looks great, man.
Here's a thought. Check it out. I want to hear an opinion from both of you guys. What if a Kai Green was in this? 100% Kai Green.
He takes it.
He'd win.
He takes it.
Yeah. He takes it. Yeah.
He takes it. Yeah.
100% Kai Green. Like the Kai Green that won the Arnold Classic and what was it, 2009, 2010, whatever, that Kai Green when he was with Oscar Arden. That one that everybody thinks is the best. He wins. Yeah, he wins. How bad is that gotta suck? That you're the best bodybuilder in the world, only if Phil Heath wasn't alive. Like that's gotta suck.
He could have kept pushing, but he was just, you know, he had a bad taste in his mouth.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then
plus, you know, you have the bad taste in your mouth, and you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars by going to India. He's a god in India.
Yeah.
What would you do?
But yeah, if they didn't treat me well, if I felt they didn't treat me well, I'm not going to go back and keep making them money. I'm going to travel. He did that TV show.
God, remember that?
Weird. A strange thing, or something like that.
Yeah.
He's covered up. Why you got this guy? You're not even going to show his body. He was covered up the whole time. You couldn't even tell he was big.
Yeah.
I was like,
they should have put.
I had a nice experience with Kai in Dubai. I was there with my own supplement company, and Kai was there representing his supplement company, and we had big lines, each one of us. And then I went over to where he was, and he saw me, and he starts going like this. And I went back there, and you should have saw the mayhem of everyone running with me and Kai standing there. I'm like, Kai, I can't be here. He goes, just for a few minutes, bro. Just for a few minutes. I left, and I went back the other way, and Marcus ruled. I saw him. Same thing. He said, get over here. Now, for all you people out there, Marcus is the nicest freaking guy in the world, man. I missed him.
Here's Derek.
The monster that he was.
What does that feel like?
He never had a coach, did he, Marcus? He did his own thing?
Yeah, he did his own thing, man.
King, what's that like that when you go to an expo or something like that and all these people just want to shake your hand and get your autograph and talk to you?
It was fun. It was really great, but I played it up because I made sure that I had fun and I brought people in, and I went and grabbed Batista at his booth when he was with this company, and then the lines will get even crazier and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I always had fun with it, man. It was never for me about ego and stuff like that. It was fun.
Because in the very rare times where somebody notices me from my podcast or my YouTube channel, like even today, I went to the gym and one guy came up to me and said, "Oh, I saw you on RX Muscle." Man, to me, that's the biggest compliment in the world. But at the same time, I was never, famous like you guys, right? And this is a first for me. So to me, it's like a great compliment. And I grabbed the guy close, gave him a hug and a pat on the back, and I was like, "Yo, thanks for watching."
For me, like the best ones were like when you remember earlier on, you brought up the Hells Angels.
Yeah.
I met them in the Toronto International Airport, and I was sitting across from them, and the guy got up and he walked over to me, and I was like, "Oh shit!" He was such a fucking nice guy. He goes, "I know who you are.
Yeah,
I like it. This and that." He goes, "I own a gym here. Next time you're in town." I know. Next time I came back to do a photo shoot for Muscle Mac, I went to his gym. He rolled out the red carpet for me. So everybody out there, Hells Angels, love you guys, man.
I from what I understand, a little bit I know about bike clubs. The Hells Angels, the bikers in Canada, are 10 times more brutal than the guys in the States.
They weren't brutal to me. That was the nicest fucking.
No, they were not. But like when you hear, like, they still have bombings and shootings and stabbings in Canada, like on a regular basis. They still have an Italian mafia that run shit and they work together. It's insane, especially in like the Montreal area.
Yeah.
Derek is just so freaky from the back. Just the front just looks a little spongy. It sucks.
Yeah.
Like even his, it seems the front this year is not even. The chest improved a little bit, but just his arms from the front and everything,
and his legs from the front.
He looks great. He looks absolutely great. The color
from the back is light out.
The back is dry. Everything is there. His glutes and back shots are fantastic, but it is up in the air right now.
Yeah.
I say they're still going to give it to him. I'm going to stick by that. Well, we'll see though. But
you got Derek.
I'm just going to stick with him. It could be, like I said, I'd be happy any three. I'm perfectly fine with, but I'm still going to stick.
But I don't know why the sweep in his legs just doesn't look as impressive as it did last year. It just looks like he's
just probably a little. I don't know. His legs leading into it look great.
Look, from what I'm saying, it looks like Samson's the most complete, and if that's the case, I mean,
when you start to pull the water stuff, stuff happens, and his legs look different 2-3 weeks out. They were a lot fuller and bigger.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's shooting them too much. That could be the case. And so when you really dial in, all those shots you're doing kind of makes them look a little different. They could just be tired. You can think about each time you penetrate something, you're putting your muscle. That's wearing you out. And once you drop all that water to get down to that last, show day, things can, I think that's what might have happened, because I mean, Hottie has his clients shoot up and down their quad sweeps. So,
King, what do you think? Am I right? Is Samson the most complete?
I think right now, after what I just saw, I think Samson is in the number one spot.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I think he's in the number one spot. I don't know, because I listened to Tyler last year when he explained everything afterwards, and I kind of agreed with him. But they see it a different way, and plus we're not there.
Yeah,
we're not there to see what the hell is going on.
Yeah, it's a way different story if you're there. I mean, I judged for 7 years, and being right up there, looking right there, up at the guys, or being even 3 rows back is different.
Men's bikini is on, gentlemen. Do we even want to talk about men's bikini?
No, there's nothing to talk about.
Good, thank God. I did not want to talk about it. Yeah. Lou, if you didn't know, there's a class in bodybuilding called Men's Physique, and they only judge from the waist up. They wear board shorts. It looks like an Old Navy commercial.
That would be my category.
That would be your category.
I still prep some of them, and then I prepped. I've turned about, I think, 5 or 6 pro at the nationals. But I mean, like, I try to encourage them to the amateur. I try to encourage them to get better, like compete in another like classic or
use it as a stepping stone. I get it. Yeah.
Or if they do men's physique, I still have them. I still say, hey, compete in bodybuilding. Oh, I'm not big enough. I'm like, listen, there might be 3 guys in your class. You might be the only guy in the class. Just compete so you can pose and have fun on stage. It sucks to go on stage and stand there and do that.
Absolutely.
How bad would that suck to just do that?
I had a client that I took. He was a novice. He'd never competed before in bodybuilding. Eric Shepard was his name. And we went, and he registered for novice bodybuilding. You know, that's it. He did first time. I went backstage and I looked around and I said, Went back. I said, Eric, go register for the men's open right now. He goes, are you serious? I'm like, go register for the men's open immediately. So he goes, and I actually gave him money. He doesn't have wallet. I said, look here, I'll even pay for it. He won the overall.
Yeah.
He won the whole fucking show. It was absolutely, I mean, it depends on who shows up. And these guys right here, listen, I did a thing for Generation Iron, and I said, you know, men's physique, my God, this and that. I shouldn't have said that. They put a lot of hard work into it, but it's just not my thing.
Yeah, I'll say it. I mean, and we all,
they're not small. Their upper bodies aren't small anymore. These guys have great upper bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, but their legs are not there.
To me,
just, you know.
like, first of all, as soon as classic physique came out, everybody forgot about physique. Okay.
And a lot of them let me tell you this. A lot of them, their egos are crazy. That guy on the end, the black guy, at the Texas Pro last year. Okay.
And the pink and white, and the pink and white ones, or the blue.
So me, Sid, and Aceto are doing the wrap up. He just comes up and stands there, and so Sid's like, Aaron, you wanna? His name's Aaron. Aaron, do you wanna say a few words? And
that's nerve.
Yeah. After he, you know, says whatever, he goes up on the stage after the show, and he's up there waving. I'm like, who is he waving at? Just. That's how big some of these guys' egos are in the men's physique. They're just oblivious. Or I remember when they first came out, they're at the shows walking around with their shirts off. Like they're not, you know, they're about to go up late. It's just, man.
King, that's single mother energy right there. When your mom, when you don't have a father to smack you, when your mother says you are the most beautiful, the greatest, then you grow up entitled. You just walk up into Dave Palumbo's wrap up and go, I'm gonna do this now.
That's a societal thing right now.
You ain't kidding. Jesus,
a lot of fives think that they're eights. A lot of fives think they're eights.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
It's funny.
Yeah, but as going back to what we said earlier too about genetics, man, there's just something. There's some people that just have it. I got a client right now. She's a Iranian girl based out of Istanbul, Turkey. Never competed before. Party animal. She loves, she's 28 years old. She loves the club. She likes to experiment. Let's just say that. Okay. She's out there.
Typical.
But I kept telling her, I said, listen, you have potential. I see your videos and I see what you send me. You know, you got whatever. Anyway, long story short, she finally took it serious this year. She went and she won the overall in bikini, her first time out. And why am I saying this? Because she reached out to so many pro bikini girls and they ignored her. And she reached out to Iranian pro bikini girls and they ignored her. She was like, I don't understand. I'm willing to give them my money. Why? I'm just like, that's how catty some of these women are. Go to a man. Then anyway, long story short, I prepped her. She's going to shock people when she gets her pro card. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's on this stage within 2 years in the top 5.
And what category?
Women's bikini.
Really?
But a lot of these bikini girls too, they go to these girls thinking like, oh, I want to look like her, so I'm going to go to her because she has the secrets to have this look.
Yes.
And they need to go to a bodybuilder like you or me. You know, it's like,
that's the truth.
Why are you going to this girl that knows nothing about diuretics or nothing about anything, and you're just going to her because she looks good? It's crazy.
And Armon, the craziest part is she's in Istanbul. She didn't have access to half the things I wanted to her to do. You know, the people here in the United States are spoiled rotten. I'll tell them to go get X, Y, and Z. They'll do it instantly. If they don't know where to get it, I'm like, this is the website you need to go to. You got to go do this, X, Y, Z. Okay. She didn't have any of that. And I told her, because you don't have these things, you're going to have to extra suffer. She's like, I don't care. You tell me to eat dirt and I'll eat dirt.
Send you more pics, Lou.
That was the final 4.
The pharmacies don't have anything in Turkey?
King, you want to put up some pics that Sid sent us?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, let's do that. All right, so okay. See, that looks great on Hottie right there. That shot. Can you see that, King?
Yes.
That looks great on hot. That looks good on
the pictures. It's weird. He looks tight. He looks way better in the pictures.
Yeah.
But you got pictures, you got the live stream, and you got you know.
I mean, listen, Hottie looks fantastic in pictures. Yes, but that shot right there is
still Samson.
It's Samson, and Derek. I got second in that shot.
They're not fully set there.
It's so close, man.
It really is.
Hottie's legs from the back are a little. I have to agree with Jose Raymond. They're a little bit flat.
Shallow.
Look at the shape on what you call it on Samson there. Just fantastic.
Yeah.
And look how good Martin is comparing to Hottie.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look how good he is comparing to the lineup. People are going to be talking about Samson wins. People are going to be talking about Martin tomorrow because he is a shocker. Nobody was expecting this.
No.
Yeah, but in the front double bicep, Martin's legs look great, but his upper body looks like he's a kid.
Compared to the other guys, yeah, you're right.
This looks like he's still too young, needs a lot of work.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what it is, you know. But I have a feeling he will. You know, he came this far, and you can see the progress he made. I truly think that he is. You know, you're going to see him in another year or two, and he's going to be in this mix in the top 2-3.
He needs to do the Arnold Classic. That's
100%.
He will.
Yeah, you couldn't have hit the nail on the head even more, King. That's perfectly said. He definitely needs to.
I'm not 100%, but I think he said he was going to do it. I think I'm trying to remember. I think he said he was.
I don't know when the invites go out, but he does. Are there any more?
I know.
That's it. That's it. Thank you, sir. I would love to see Nick Walker fix whatever he's got to fix and say he's doing the Arnold Classic, and then Fitzwater does the Arnold Classic as well.
I don't think Nick can come back like the old Nick.
Really?
I think he's burned out.
I hope you're wrong, but you might be right. Because I don't know.
There's no reason.
John, there's got to be something. I agree with Armon. There's got to be something very, very wrong to pull out 1 week before.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
He eats, sleeps. I mean, he full-time bodybuild, and he only does. He did what he did the New York Pro, right?
He won the New York Pro this year.
New York Pro looked good there, and his body 3 weeks out, he didn't look good. I mean,
there's something more to the story. 100%.
Some organs not working properly. That's I just if your kidneys aren't functioning properly, the drugs aren't gonna work properly.
I don't know.
Your body's not cleaning out the toxins and all that. So
I don't know him well. He's been on my show. We've talked on Instagram a little bit, but I do know that he is an extremely competitive person, and he really, really, really wants to win. And if this case is that he's not going to be able to come back for whatever health reason, I feel really bad for him because he's not going to take that well because he's still a young man. You know, and I'm just, it's gonna. If that's the case, it's going to be a big adjustment for him to reinvent himself.
It could be a lot of things. He could have got it. You know, that kratom could have messed with him mentally. You know, when you start taking stuff that messes with your chemicals in your brain, maybe it did the opposite for him. Maybe he didn't do well with it. Maybe it made him depressed. I mean, kratom is a depressant. So I mean,
what is it? What is he taking?
Kratom, we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, I was half out of it trying to figure out what the fuck that was at the beginning. So what?
It's like a legal hydrocodone that messes you up. You feel like you took a pain pill.
But why take it? What's the benefit of it?
It kills pain, gives you euphoria, it makes you feel good.
But
they're sponsoring all the bodybuilders now. I think Guy Cisternino is a part of the company or has something invested in the company, but they're sponsoring all the guys now. So they're getting all of it for free.
Jesus Christ.
Like I said, if you're taking it, I have a lot of experience with this shit, unfortunately. I mean, if you're taking it and you're taking these guys can't just take it once a week or twice a week because they're like, wow, I don't hurt today. My knees don't hurt. My back doesn't hurt. I'm getting an amazing workout.
You know,
get their hands on anything, and it goes next level times 10.
It's just like New
that's
Bane in
Back
the
in
90s.
the day, bro. Back in the day, we had Renutrients.
Yeah.
Okay, Renutrient that you used to sell in GNC, the Vitamin Shop, all the mom and pop supplement stores. What was Renutrient for? Deep sleep. That's how I knew it. You want to release your growth hormone throughout the night. Naturally, you take some Renutrient. Well, Renutrient was GHB. And
Really?
people found out what it does if you take it a certain way and a certain amount that it gives you, that you go into that zone, then that was it. And that's how bodybuilders, they just get a hold of something, or what should we call it?
Is it just that they have an addictive personality, bodybuilders? Because why do they have to jump on?
I mean, it's like like it's like the current New Bane. I don't know.
I was actually going to bring that up, Armand.
New Bane, John. Yeah.
Yeah, because
it's just like it's actually a better feeling than New Bane, the kratom.
Look, I never took New Bane. I never took this kratom. I never took GHB. I was never one to jump on something because everybody else was taking it. Did you really?
I think they were naive. I don't think these guys knew that it's it has these side effects.
Yeah, but
they're thinking, oh, they're sponsoring people. I think they didn't know what they're getting themselves into. So I think that's what it is. I'm not saying that's what it is. It could be a lot of different things, but
but
his body did not respond for some reason.
The topic is man, I don't have that kind of personality where, try this. No, thanks. I don't want to fucking try it. You know what I mean? Like I just never did, even as a kid.
Well, if you're getting ready for the Olympia, like, man, I can't. This is really hurting. Take a kratom. Okay, I'm going to take this every day before I train. Why wouldn't you? Bodybuilding's your life. You're trying to get the best workouts, and
I guess you're right.
Just like New Bane.
Yeah.
I can't take painkillers.
I never had.
If you gave me a Vicodin, I'll throw up for 3 hours.
Yeah.
My body rejects it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's normal at first. And then like when I had to take them for a long period of time, after that, it's your body needs it, or you are sick. And then once you get past that phase.
To be honest with you, Armand, I'm just not that, like, I go to Vegas. I've been to Vegas about 100 times. I've never gambled. Yeah. I've been around people in my high school. Everybody in my high school smoked weed. I never did.
Right.
It just didn't, it wasn't my thing. I never got. And when I had to stop, okay, when my blood pressure was high and I had to go and I did my blood work and all that stuff, and I had to stop taking orals, I stopped. Okay, all right. I'm not going to have that crazy, freaky, skin burst looking feeling walking around at 290 pounds. That's fine.
Yeah.
I have the same mentality, King. Like, if I go to Vegas or Atlantic City, will I gamble? Yeah. Will I have fun with it? If I lose a couple of $100, I walk away. I don't care, right?
It's not a party. It's not a party drug though. Like what I'm talking about. This is not something they use to party. Well, it's something you're using to perform better.
Right. Well, even me, like even if I have anxiety, right? If I get anxiety, I have a prescription of Xanax. I must have the same prescription of Xanax in my fucking cabinet since last year because I hate taking them. If I take a quarter of the stick, I feel like a zombie the next day. I'd rather just have the panic attack pass because the next day I'm a complete zombie when I'm at work and I have to work physically. I'm a super worker and I just hate taking them. You know what it is, King Armand? I just don't like being mentally out of control, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense. I totally understand. I was always the designated driver. I was always checking on people. I would go home. we'd be at Crowbar in New York City.
Oh, I remember that. I remember Crowbar.
And I'd go home with my wife. I put her to bed. I would go back, hop in my car, go back to the club in my, like sweats and stuff like that. And I knew the owner, Tommy. And he's like, "What are you doing back?" I'm like, "I'm making sure everybody gets home safe." And he's just like, "Man, you're something else, bro." Yeah. And you're not in New York. People don't know. Back in the super club days, if you left, you ain't coming back in.
That's right. Once you're out, you're out. Yeah.
You're about to go and get a whole bunch of drugs and come back. No, if once you leave the club, you cannot come back in.
It's hard enough getting in. It used to be hard enough
getting
in.
A superstar. You leave, you can't come back in.
Yeah.
And Tommy, because he was a good friend of mine, he was like, no, King, go ahead. And I would go back in there, wrangle everybody up, make sure everybody had CAD. There's no Uber back then. Make sure everybody had CADs. I would do this and that, and I'd come back. My wife, she trusted me. She's like, yeah, okay, just be careful. I'm like, yeah. And I'd come home at like, 6 o'clock in the morning and pass the fuck out.
Yeah. Oh, you're a better.
I think we'll find out some more info about Nick eventually. It has to come out. It's people are too focused on it. It's not like somebody that's lower tier. It's a top guy that it's weird. I mean, a week out, you're saying in that video, did he quit? Did he drop out a week out, or did he drop out 3 weeks out and he just announced a week out?
I don't know
what shape he
it
did.
looked like he
was
dropped
really
out.
Bloated.
Yeah, it looked like he dropped 3 weeks out.
Was his face bloated because he's been eating like crazy, or is it something health related? Heart, kidneys?
I hope not. For his sake, I hope not, man.
No. But hey, when you jump on and you push it that hard, you don't take any breaks. That's what these guys do. These guys aren't taking breaks like they used to.
Yeah.
Some of them are, I'm sure. A few of them
they're giving out the awards for men's physique. Does anybody care?
I'm watching. I'm watching
it.
I would commentate, but I don't know any of their names. There's this guy,
the Aaron Banks guy.
Is Aaron Entitlement
interview.
Got I don't know what he.
Ryan Terry. That's who I know. That's the previous one, right?
That's the current champ.
Yeah, Ryan Terry. There he is, right there. Yeah.
What is that? Was that second?
No, this is third place.
That's third.
King, do you think?
Okay, Aaron Banks.
Yeah, do you think men's physique took away money from bodybuilders?
Men's physique.
Who's physique?
You think the men's physique, when that division came in,
it
took money away from bodybuilders?
At the beginning, maybe, because everybody, the reason why classic is so popular is because it looks attainable, right? And people can relate to that division more. Well, when physique came out, that was what it was.
Listen,
it might.
Armon, if you're a promoter, okay, and back in the day, you promote a show, you'd be lucky to get 50 people.
Oh yeah, promoters level. Yeah, it's a totally different.
Forget about breaking even. You'd be lucky to get 50 people. Right now, a subpar show in New Jersey, you'll get about 180 to 200 competitors, and most of them are bikini and board shorts.
No, 100%. So
you're a promoter. You're like, yo, man, I love these.
Yeah,
I went to Jason's Muscle Beach this year, and I think there were 8 open bodybuilders. I want to say 8, and most of them were masters, and they just competed in the open. Everybody was a bikini or a physique guy
or classic.
It's just sad. The local shows, you go to them and no one's doing bodybuilding anymore. Everybody's doing that, and they can do bodybuilding. A lot of these classic guys, like I got this client last year. He wanted to do classic. I'm like, dude, you have a bodybuilding build. I want to do classic. I'm like, dude, he's not my client anymore, but
because that's the trend. That's the trend, Armon.
Well, I told him he wasn't going to do well. I'm like, you could win bodybuilding, still do classic, and he didn't win, but
that's the trend. Do you know? Like all the girls now that were in figure, they all want to do wellness because that's the trend now, right?
Yeah, figure disappeared too.
Yeah, figure's
the
almost
worst trend, John. The worst trend is.
Yeah.
I was talking to some girl about this today, and she's watching right now. She knows exactly who she is. By the way, hello, and yes, you're hot.
King only trains hot girls.
And she was complaining about. She's like, "What happened to men? What happened to jacked up alpha men? What happened to Andrew Tate G's that I used to see?" I'm like, "That's not it anymore, girl.
I know.
These guys nowadays, you don't see that anymore. You don't. That's why when I walk into a place, listen." Armon said earlier he doesn't like to wear suits and all that stuff. Let me tell you something, Armon. I changed my style because of what I see out there. You know what I'm saying? So I go to Hugo Boss all the time. The guy, the manager there, fucking.
Well, you're single though,
Hugo Boss. We got 42. We got 42. You got to come here. So I go there. I like it. I like my Hugo Boss suits. I like my this and that. But still, the G's and the alphas are done. And that's why I just stick to myself in the gym. That's why I don't say anything. I got a mean mug on my face. I don't care. Just and I watch and I say to myself, that's why I tell my son every day, you got to be a beast. Didn't Dana White come out and say, if you're 2% beast,
Absolutely.
now you'll take over the world?
Absolutely. Yeah, he's right. Because listen, you have the everybody gets a trophy generation is now the adults raising kids. So you have entitled weak parents or single mothers or weak dads raising even more entitled weak kids. Listen, great. I was having this conversation with my wife today, King. Perfect. I said, do you ever see kids with a cast anymore? Remember when you used to go in the summer or you go back to school in the first grade and you see some kid broke his arm or broke his leg and everybody would sign his cast. You don't even see kids getting hurt anymore. You don't see kids getting stitches anymore.
The conversation.
If they go out, if they go on their bicycles, they have the helmet, they got the elbow pads, they got the knee pads. Even if
they don't go out,
even if they're in
things all day.
Even if they're in the sun, King, if they're in the sun at the beach, they have long sleeve shirts on their kids because God forbid they get sunburned.
You want to laugh? I had a conversation with my son.
Children, what kind of adults do you think are going to grow up in that atmosphere?
2 years ago, my son's 13. When he was 11, I had a conversation with him. I said, what do you do about, I said, do you have any bullies in your school? He goes, yeah, I'm like, yeah, anybody ever bother you? He goes, no. I said, have you ever gotten in a fight? He goes, no. I'm like, what happens if you get in a fight? He goes, I don't know. I'm never, because my son's a little laid back. I'm like, well, I'm your father, and I'm telling you, it's okay to knock him out. And he goes, what do you mean? And I said, see it right to the bridge of the nose? You see this right here? He goes, yeah. I said, you go like this, and you come back, and with your shoulder, you hit him right on the bridge of the nose. It's hard, and he's just looking at me. And I guarantee you, he will never look at you again when you break his nose. He goes, you're okay with that? I said, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right on the. I said,
how old is your son, King?
I said, I don't want you to be Daniel's son. I want you to be Johnny.
Yeah.
Strike first, strike hard. And he goes, okay, Dad. And then the second conversation I had with him with school shootings, I said, Johnny, what do you do? What did they tell you to do when there's a school shooting? He said, Dad, they want us to lock the door, and I'm going like this. He goes, no. I'm like, no. He goes, what do you want me to do? I'm like, you find a window, you jump out the window, and you run as fast as you can across the street. Get out of the school.
That's
you don't
right.
Stay in the school when someone's got an AK. You run. Get the hell out of the school. You sure about that? And then the third thing I said to him was, if the principal or your teachers ever say anything to you, say, my dad told me to do it. I'll do it.
That's right. 100%.
Call me. Did you tell your son to do this? Absolutely. Don't ever call me again. Click.
Yeah.
I said, I got your back, Johnny. Don't worry about it.
King, how old is your son?
He's 13.
13, and he's never been in a fight. By the time I was 13 years old, I mean, and what's funny, King,
kids don't fight anymore. It's not a bad thing, but
no, it is a bad thing because you have to grow up and learn how to deal with people that are going to take advantage of you. You gotta be able to look the wolf in the eye and realize you've dealt with this before, because when life is going to deal you uncertainties, which is going to happen all the time, it's around the corner every day.
My closest,
you got to be able to deal with it. So the only way to get over of fear is to face it head on. And when you get into little scuffles as a kid, you could deal with it. It shapes you to be an adult.
You're right. And my closest friend ever in the world, and he's listening tonight right now too. His name was Tony Sikela. Tony Sikela was the original Kimbo Slice, and he would, as a matter of fact, he would kill Kimbo Slice. Rest in peace. And he used to say to me all the time, man. He goes, no, man, no. He goes, none of that Danielson peace, love, and he goes, you gotta put that shit aside. Strike first, strike hard. You knock them the fuck out with one punch, they'll never fucking come back. That's the way you got to be, man. You got to be beast mode with these kids, or they're going to end up being exactly like the rest of these idiots that I see all the time.
Listen,
when you wear Crocs to the gym, oh my God.
Like you bring up the Karate Kid, right? The best line in that, and I never understood the line until I got older. When Mr. Miyagi says to Daniel,
there he goes again. He's standing.
Who was that?
I'm sorry, it's Bumstead. They're doing the men's physique, but he steps out of the box.
Oh,
he's gonna tell him to get out of the box again.
But anyway, he says to him, "Why do you want to fight?" And he goes, "Because I want to learn how to fight." He goes, "No, you want to learn how to fight so you don't have to fight." And I never understood what that meant. And that meant if people know that you are not going to take shit, they're not going to fuck with you. That's what it means.
That guy's hair, man, Urs, like what?
Yeah,
the
what
heck
is that shit? All right,
that is some wild shit.
All right, so
I
we
guess
got
he's trying to look like a what do you call it? One of those anime guys.
Yeah,
some pretty crazy shit. Yeah, I mean the guy on the third, what's his name? He was wearing always those high socks.
No,
you seen pictures of that?
Yeah.
All right, so it's Urs Kelzinski. We got Bumstead. You got Dino, and who's the other guy?
I already forgot his name. He has that same coach too, the Boss Outlaw coach. He's a German guy.
Bumstead, get in the box. Get in the box.
You hear Steve yelling.
He don't give a shit. He don't give a shit. Look at him.
He's still gonna win. Why is it so difficult for him to get in the goddamn box?
Because all of Hani Rambaugh's athletes do this, man. They always see. Look, now the guy's gonna come and scold them. See, look, there he goes.
Mr. Pro, just look down and get in the fucking box. What are you retarded? Oh, how is that difficult?
I'm telling you right now, I don't know what's going to happen, because Weinberger's tricky, but this is not a home run for Bumstead at all.
Yeah, but dude, he's the money man.
When you start turning to like his side and you kind of see it more and more.
See, but he's not like that side chest is his kill shot, and it looks great, but it's not killing that guy standing next to him.
They talk about having to
watch this shot right here. You tell me who wins the back double bicep.
All right.
The guy next to him is right there with him. His glutes are more striated.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he faded a little bit since earlier today.
They're gonna give it to him because number one, like,
not a good shot.
Of course they are.
That shot is not good for him.
That guy looks really good.
He does. Whoever he is. There's somebody in a.
He looks like a short.
Like Summerfield, something Summerfield.
I have no idea.
Mike Summerfield, I believe. He looks really good.
He's still not in the box.
Guys, I told you. Look who they're keeping out there.
He still can't get in the box.
Man, he looks good. Wow.
Watch your obliques. Come on.
I would love to see an upset here, but I doubt it's going to happen.
Watch your obliques.
But you know they wouldn't give it to him.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Back double bicep. This is where he loses points right here.
Bumstead is the golden child.
You keep saying that, but I'm telling you something fishy is going on here, man.
All right.
The guy next to him looks good. He compares very well to Bumstead.
He's winning shots. That shot,
right here, guys. Watch the ab shot. Bumstead's abs are not popping. The other guy has outstanding abs. Watch. There's Bumstead's ab shot. It's not at. Look at this guy. Boom. I'm telling you, man. It's closer than you think.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah. No,
Bumstead looks worried. He kind of looks a little worried. His abs, yeah. Wow. Yep. Mike Summerfield's his name. Yeah,
Mike Summerfield. Sounds like he's from Nebraska.
He's German, from Germany.
Z Kyle.
Shit.
How crazy would it be if we get a new classic champion and a new Mr. Olympia?
And then you would have a new the 212 guy would be the same, obviously. Yeah, no, that didn't work.
212 was lights out. There's nobody.
Yeah.
I can't stress enough how impressed I was with Keon yesterday. Yeah. I was so impressed with him.
He finally put it together. He had the tools always. He just wasn't, killing himself to get in shape.
And John, you want to freak out a little bit? There are some 212 guys in Iran that would scare the crap out of Keon.
Really?
They just can't get visas.
Yes. Yeah.
Get them. The 212 division, Iranians are insane. I've seen them with my own eyes, man.
What happened? What happened to that one Middle Eastern 212 that was doing damage a couple of years ago. I believe he's still competing, but he just could never bring he's massive, but he could just never bring his conditioning right. Who am I thinking of?
Ashkenani.
Exactly. Whatever happened to him? Why could he never dial it in?
I don't know. Whatever they're doing, oxygen, whatever.
They're fucking up his music. This is the second guy there whose music is fucked up.
That's crazy at the Olympia.
At the Olympia, yeah.
That's ridiculous. Breon's music. He's like, come on, man. This is Olympia. That's ridiculous. This is the Olympia. Oh.
He's definitely the most one of the most conditioned classic guys is Breon.
You see, King, my eyes always go to Breon, and it's because he looks more like a bodybuilder than a classic guy, right? Like he's got the peaked biceps.
The Breon's problem is he poses. He's a great poser that doesn't know how to show his body. He does weird poses that make him look bad. I don't know why. I don't understand it.
I'm watching him now, and you're right, because that shit he just did right there, I was like, what is that?
Yeah, a little weird.
Or that. What is that?
If this was the Arnold Classic and the music guy was fucking up, Arnold will be back there fucking cursing him out.
Flipping out.
He'd be cursing him out 100%. The fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
If Chris wasn't Chris, that other guy would beat him at the show.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
We'll see.
My stomach.
I wouldn't mind.
Not one of those feelings.
I wouldn't mind him losing.
No way. Well, I wouldn't either.
And it's only because I don't understand the craze over him. Any 19-year-old kid in the gym who doesn't know bodybuilding but knows Chris Bumstead.
The same reason why every 19-year-old kid knows Sam Sulik.
Yeah, but Chris Bumstead is like the personality of a wet mop. I mean, I don't understand the craze. I mean, he's a great.
He's very introverted. I don't think he likes
Jay
all the
Cutler
fame.
have a great personality? No, he's one of the most monotone guys you'll ever meet in your life.
You know, he's got a very mild personality.
It's not interesting at all.
You watch him work out, and it's not motivating. You know, I don't know.
You know what reminds me? Melvin Anthony. If Melvin's watching, he was such a fucking jokester and a dick sometimes. Melvin's thing was this. If you're like talking to him and he'll do this and you jump, he will tell you that you jumped for a year straight. He will be on
one of those
you
guys.
Jump, you're a punk.
I know, yeah, one of those guys.
Melvin
I know.
was a jokester and a half when it came to that, man.
Here's this guy.
Chris Bumstead, he's white, and he gave all those white, younger kids with not great genetics hope. Look,
is that what it is?
Yeah, of course it is.
The great white hope.
Yeah.
Els Kantiski looks like he's doing a He-Man pose right now. What the hell is that?
He gets big in the off season.
What is he doing?
Big.
Oh, I can't watch this shit.
Heart, I love you.
What is that?
This Dragon Ball Z shit.
This
right,
is
Dragon Ball Z shit.
This is why
Dragon Ball Z shit. So I guess the hair is some Dragon Ball Z character.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I have no clue.
No fucking idea. What's with the bobblehead thing? I don't like him. I want him to lose. That's it. I don't. That's all.
Okay, Phil. Parents, you talk about classic. These guys were artists with the posing. It was not a series of poses. It was a series of flowy motions that displayed the muscle throughout the entire.
You guys seen him in the off season though? Guest pose. He looks like a bodybuilder. He gets big.
Does he really?
Yeah, he burns muscle to make weight.
I'll be honest with you, man. I'm not a fan of the classic physique, because it's just a toned down bodybuilding to me, and I was just always a fan of open. I'm a hardcore bodybuilding fan, and the only guys I know in classic are maybe the top 2-3 guys. I don't even know that.
They look good though. They work their ass off.
I'm sure
really
they do. I'm sure they do. I just can't listen.
It's not exciting to me, but they look great. It's just not exciting.
No. To me, it's like if I like to watch basketball in the playoffs. To me, it would be like if the NBA came out with a pro basketball league for guys under 6 foot tall. It's like, and I wouldn't be able to watch it. I don't know. I understand why it's so popular. Like I said, it's more attainable. It's more mainstream. It brought in a hell of a lot more fans and money. I get it. Fully get it. I just can't get
it. You could start and you could get there in a few years instead of 10 years. You
right.
know what I mean?
I fully get it.
Being an open bodybuilder is so unattainable.
That's right. But that's
what percentage of people can even get that, but can get even over 250.
But that's why. But that, to me, that's what a elite professional athlete is. Like, nobody. Look how difficult it is to be an NFL player. Look how difficult it is to be an MLB player. It should be difficult to be a open bodybuilder.
Well, it was at one point, man.
Yeah.
You had your USA champion.
Yeah, would they get 6 pro cards a year?
North American champion, and you had your class winners at the nationals, but only the light heavyweight or the heavyweight ever did anything. So you basically have 4 guys a year.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what we had. That's why when you got your pro card, you were already a star.
That's right. Yeah.
Coming out of the NPC. Now it's there's a Tic Tac bottle.
Right.
They
hyped you up before you get your pro card.
Yeah. But the cream rises to the top. So they get their pro cards, but only the guys that really deserve to be up there wind up there. You know what I mean? Like, you'll get a pro show and there'll be 20 guys and you don't know 10 of them. But the best guys still win and they rise to the top.
Yeah, and it also has to do with genetics and mentality too. My first nationals, I got 11th, and I was devastated because I had won everything up to that point.
Right.
I didn't know what it felt like to lose.
Welcome to the rookie. Welcome to the NFL rookie.
At 11th place, I didn't understand it, but at the same time, that same year, I got a tap on my shoulder 4 weeks out, and I turn around and it's 2 fucking investigators and a cop. And they pulled me into the back room at the gym, and they pull out all these Polaroids of me hanging out with someone we all know. And they're like, "What are you doing with this guy, this and that?" And I'm just like, "What is going on here? He's my coach. What am I?" And then, we're going to come back and get you. So after that, my cortisol levels went through the roof. I mean, so that first nationals, whatever. The second nationals, I didn't have any money. I was a full-time student in college. My parents hated what I was doing. I hide it from them. It was all stress. Then after that, the third time I did it, I got 3rd. And that's when I dropped the fucking hammer. And I said, all right, this is it. I also didn't know what to do the last week. After the second one is when I approached Chad Nichols. And I said, Chad, what do you do the last week, man? Just explain to me. He goes, come to the Arnold Classic this year at 300 pounds and we'll talk. And that was the legendary me showing up in my white spandex and my white tank top. Armon, I look like the Michelin blimp, man.
I've seen
my legs were so big. I was getting chased. I had to put baby powder on the middle of my thighs just to walk around. And he saw me. I remember Kim's reaction, his wife. She saw me and she put his hand on her mouth, her hands over her mouth and started laughing. She goes, "Oh my God, he did it. That crazy kid, lunatic, he did it." And I was like, "Yeah, man, 308. He told me to show up at 300 pounds. And he goes, "All right, you're crazy." He goes, "I can work with you." So then that's when he taught me the whole apple pie filling and all that stuff the last week. We got 3rd. And then here's another story, since we all tell the truth here. I had still never touched GH. Never. And for the 1999 Nationals where I won my pro card, I didn't take a drop. You know why? I paid $5,000 to somebody. And he gave me fake stuff.
Oh my God! So
I sent it over to Chad. He looked at it. He goes, "King,
it's garbage,
sorry, bro. I'm sorry. This is fake." And I was like, "Okay." He goes, "Do me a favor, throw it in the trash. We don't need it." And I was like, "Okay." And it was a blessing for me that year. You know why? Because they had their golden boy, Aaron Madron, blonde, 6 feet tall, good-looking guy. That's what they wanted. I said, "Okay." Instead of and that's the first year they added the super heavyweight division. I said, fine, I'll do the heavyweights. I was on a liquid diet for the past 2 weeks, for the 2 weeks before the show. Listen to what I just said. I was on a liquid because there's no way I was getting down to 225. I was 240 pounds and I was like shredded. I'm like, how am I going to get down to 220 pounds, 25 pounds. Chad put me on a liquid diet. I couldn't do anything. When I went to weigh in, Rope Man was standing there, and I got on that scale, and I literally was like this. And I'm shaking, and I got on the scale, and I was like this, and he goes, 225, and he slammed the thing. He goes, go, King. Just get out of here. I want you to go. This is not right. So I got back in my room. I called Chad up. He couldn't make it because it was a tornado in Springfield, Missouri. And he goes, King, can you eat? I said, I can eat like a fucking rhino in heat, man. He goes, eat. I sat there for fucking 3 days. Ate. He pulled. Got up there and got my pro card. But
wow,
it was crazy, man. It was crazy. It was all meant to be.
Y'all had weigh-ins, what, that meant 3 days before the show?
2 days before the show.
Wow.
2 days before the show. Yeah.
Well, Bumstead is up. He looks diced. He looks shredded.
He's always looks like Bumstead.
He had a hair transplant, didn't he?
Really?
Yeah, but it's not a good one. It's straight across.
Yeah, it doesn't look. It looks a little bit. And I'm not digging the mustache this year either.
I don't like that mustache any year.
I don't like the mustache anyways. It's like, what did that become cool? Those always were like pedo mustaches, and now like they're all.
The only time a mustache was hip was during Magnum PI in the early 80s.
And then his biceps are, not really there. He's got a lot of missing parts. He's got his torn hamstring. He's dealing with a lot of injuries.
If he
last year.
Is it his last year?
Yeah, it could be. He's got a kid now.
I was going to say, if he pulls this victory out, if he's a smart man, which I think he is,
he might do a victory speech. Who knows? Or a retirement speech.
Really, 6 in a row. He's worth God knows how much money.
He's got a kidney disease, right?
He's got a family. He'll have plenty of business opportunities.
He's going to do well when he retires, but remember one thing. Bodybuilding is very fickle. People forget quickly.
Big time.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. And he has to keep himself relevant, and he's not that type.
But he's built his name up so much. You're gonna make a little app, Chris Bumstead app. People will do shit for him that he won't even have to do. They'll do all his business stuff for him, and he won't have to. That's the thing with someone like Chris.
A guy like Jay Cutler understands that he has to keep himself relevant, and he has the podcast, and he has his.
Okay, so this might be very, very, very interesting. Now they're doing another confirmation.
Just fucking give him the.
Nope.
What happened?
Nope.
Mine's lagging.
So they don't need any more confirmation. They've already made their decision. Now it's the pose down, which means nothing, by the way, kids out there. The pose down means nothing.
Especially the pose down with these guys means nothing because they're not big. So I don't know why they even have a pose down.
That's for the audience. It's for the show.
I'm so not a fan of
it. For the fans.
I was blessed enough to be in the first ever at Mount Arnold Classic in 2001, and I was in the pose down at the end. And then Ronnie, I don't know what made him do it. He just went out and started walking down the stairs and walked down to the audience. Now everybody does it, but that was the first time.
Oh, yeah.
I looked down at the judges, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And I looked at Wayne, and I looked at the president, Wayne DeMillia at the time, and Wayne goes, like that.
Follow him, yeah.
All right, man, I'm in. Done.
Sometimes on my show, I get questions. I do this one show called Anabolic Academy, and I do it every Monday night. And people will, email me questions or Instagram me questions, and they say, "Who is your favorite poser? Who's the best poser?" And I go, "You're asking the wrong guy because I always enjoyed posers, and I always name 3 guys. I always enjoyed." Who was the Masters guy we were talking about? Vince Taylor. I always enjoyed Matarazzo, and I always enjoyed King Kamali because they were both entertaining guest posers and posers on the stage. I don't like this whole methodical ballerina thing.
Well, they don't even practice posing anymore. The routines. They just go out there and.
I just thought they would just. I just thought guys like King, Vince Taylor, Matarazzo, just because he was a psycho. I just thought they were just entertaining to watch.
I went to a studio, man. I went to Body Rock Productions
Really?
And I sat down with the producer, and he goes, "What do you got in mind?" And I'll be like, "Okay, I want this for 15 seconds. I want this for 25 seconds." And he goes, "Do you already know your routine?" He goes, I always told him, I put the music in first, and then I go listen to the music. I'm like, okay, this is what I'll do here. This is what I'll do here. He goes, "Yeah, you think like a producer." I'm like, "Hey, you have to.
Yeah.
You got to think like a producer." That's how I always did it. And I always wanted to be entertaining, man. But it was different for me because I'm sitting here looking at these guys. I'm like you, John. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing, man?
Just, yeah.
What is this? The 2010 A Space Odyssey, and you walk. What is this? Ric Flair walking out for a fucking
yeah.
You know, no. You got to go out there and have fun and have the
Fred Smalls was a good
as soon as I turned pro, what did they do? They gave my first big check was $15,000 from Arnold Schwarzenegger for best poser at the show, and I won the first ever best poser at his show.
Oh yeah, there you go. So what they really want to know, their answers they want to know is who's the who's the best poser. So things like Serge Nubret or Frank Zane, that kind of answer. Or today it would be maybe Sergio Oliva Jr. or Samson's a great poser, but it just does nothing for me. I understand why you put him in that category, but it's just not exciting for me.
Breon, 5th place.
I hope there's an upset. I really do.
5th place for Breon. He's happy. He's being humble. Good for him. Good job, Breon.
The guy's in the mix every year, man. He's a great classic bodybuilder.
Yeah, and he makes money in the Middle East. I'm happy for that too. I like it when these guys make money. I'm not a hater. I like it when athletes make money.
Absolutely. I don't like when
he's not going to make much in the United States, but he said, fuck it. He went over there to Kuwait. He went over there to Qatar, and he's making money.
I hate when I see bodybuilders that are broke after bodybuilding or during bodybuilding, because I'm a huge fan of bodybuilding and I want to see them do well and make money.
Oh, that's because the gym owners and the promoters in the Middle East, they know they're going to make money when they bring these athletes over there.
Right.
Fourth place. What are we going, guys? Ramon?
Yeah, it's got to be Ramon.
Ramon Dino. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, Ramon.
No, he's accepting it well. Good job, Dino.
Yeah. Well, he came in second last year, right? Yeah, so he dropped. But, you have to be humble and you have to be, appreciative. Otherwise, you just look terrible to the audience and the fans. Like
he knows he was fading and his tan was coming off. He knows.
I hope Hottie doesn't do the same thing last year.
He won't.
I hope he doesn't, because that was terrible. That was poor sportsmanship.
At least he congratulated Derek. If he didn't do that, it would have been really bad. You know? So at least he congratulated Derek, at least gave him a hug, and then took his.
Third place. Where we going? Urs.
Yeah, Urs. Yeah.
He sounds like a rental car facility. Hurts.
All these weird names. What do they call him? The Bear, Miracle Bear. You have to have some weird name now. Miracle Bear.
That's what his nickname is? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Miracle Bear.
Sweet Jesus. Why can't I mean, just pick a simple name. King. I don't even know his real first name. They just call him King Kamali. That's it. Why do you have to be the Miracle Bear?
I have no idea, man.
This is so fucking believable.
What are you reading comments?
No, Armand said his nickname is the Miracle Bear.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoever said that, my real nickname is Your Mom Blows Me. There you go. That's my real nickname.
Everybody, they all do this now. A little heart. Chris Bumstead did it at the prejudging too.
Really?
Heart.
That's
okay,
good.
Here we go.
You know why they do that, Armand?
Well, let's go. How about a Ruth Chris steak dinner? What do you say? You say Bumstead, right?
I don't see how they couldn't give it to him.
You're thinking politics and experience. I'm thinking
good.
I don't know, man. I have a feeling. I don't know.
He does look.
I had Bumstead after prejudging, of course, but
he does look worried.
Very close.
He looks stressed out.
It would be nice to see him lose.
Here we go.
Only because, you know, it would be a surprise.
I think.
Here we go. Okay.
Now there you go.
I would love to see the score sheet.
The money maker.
Yeah, no.
The golden child.
So now the question is, the next question would be, is he going to retire right now on stage?
I don't know if he's going to retire on stage, but if I were him, I would just walk out in the sunset, man. He's walk out on top. I mean, I'm not a big fan of these guys, but he made history, you know? You're going to think classic physique. From now on, you'll think Bumstead.
I think he'll be like a Rodney. There's not going to be another classic guy that's going to get 6. You know what I
mean? You know, 5 years from now, we're going to be like, do you think whoever the new classic guy, you think, how would he be against 100% Bumstead? You know, that's what it's going to turn into. So just retire and focus elsewhere. You know, nobody wants to see you go out a shell of yourself, and too many of these guys do that.
So, honey, all his athletes were not 100%.
It happens all the time with all types of athletes, man.
I know.
One of my favorite athletes of all time is Roy Jones Jr.
Oh.
And when he went and he got Ruiz and he got the heavyweight title, I was literally praying to every god there is, please, Roy, retire. Retire as the greatest of all time. You unified the middleweight, the super middleweight, light heavyweight, and now you got a fucking heavyweight championship. Retire.
That's it.
And he didn't.
Yeah, he dropped another 20 pounds, went back to light heavyweight, and got knocked out.
Yeah, by Tarver, because he
Antonio Tarver.
dropped 20 pounds, and your cardio was gone. His speed was fucking. No, you can't.
Yeah, exactly. Or Evander Holyfield was another one that I used to watch, and I used to be like, please retire, please retire. When he got knocked out by James Toney, who was a blown-up middleweight, I was like, ugh.
All right, what we got here?
Bumstead, I think he's going to retire.
Bumstead is going to say something really inspirational right now, so hold on to your fucking shit.
Does he retire? I say yes.
You had to go to a whole second hand, bro. You ran out of fingers. Chris, you just heard earlier, it just gets better and better. Ryan Terry certainly gracious in winning this victory. Is it the same for you? Is it better each and every time that you win one of these titles?
But they've all been sweet in their own way. I would say they've gotten better, and this is the best one yet. And 6 years ago, in 2019, before I ever won the Olympia, I said I was going to set the standard for what the classic physique division was going to become. And I had no idea what I was saying at the time. I was a young, ignorant kid just chasing after a dream. And here we are, 6 years later, 6 years around my neck. And I hope I've done that, but I hope I've done it a different way than I meant in the moment, where it wasn't so much about my physique and what I'd done, but how I did it and who I was, who I became along the way. Thank you.
Good answer.
Well, I'll say this. Talk about setting a standard. I think you pretty much eclipsed that with your 25 billion followers you have on social media.
Yeah. It was a really bittersweet feeling that this is going to be my last time up on the stage.
There you go.
Yep.
You just said it.
Good
move. Good move.
Amazing journey in my life, and I wouldn't change a thing. I really hope I've set the standard. You know, I hope I've done that in a way where people are inspired to take up their own things. And I've tried to share what was truly important to me on this journey. I've talked about, you know, feeling the highs, feeling the lows, feeling it all. If you numb the bad, you numb the good, doing the hard shit, all that stuff. But the hard shit's not about showing up in the gym, working out hard. It's the stuff that's actually hard to you. It's the stuff that you don't want to do, whether it's going up to your wife, telling her you're having a hard day and you need a hug, and you just be vulnerable enough to cry in front of her. telling your friend you love them, or walking away from something that you love because you have faith that there's something greater for you beyond the horizon. And I've put myself out there, and I've sacrificed a lot over the past few years, and a lot of that's been mental peace. I put a lot of pressure and expectation on myself, and it's been rewarded, and I'm so grateful. But I'm ready to step down from this and let someone take this spot. And I've learned the most beautiful thing, that when you get handed everything you ever wanted, that sometimes it's the simplest things right in front of you, like your family, the people who love you, the small moments in between that mean so much more. And I've had the privilege. Sorry, this is long-winded. You guys never have to hear me get up here. But I've had the privilege to do this prep with my daughter this year, which is incredible. And my wife, over the past 6 years, she's been with me for every Olympia. And maybe I would have had a couple under my belt, but I wouldn't have enjoyed them the way I was meant to if I wasn't able to share them all with her. And it's truly the most important thing, being able to share these moments with the people you love. And I'm just so grateful for her. There's so many people I need to thank that got me here. A lot of people say that the longer you're on the top, the more people want to see you fall. And I have never experienced that. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's given me so much love, so much support over the years. It's been the most beautiful journey beyond anything I could ever ask for. And there's a lot of people I want to thank, but I want to thank my first ever coach and brother, Ian, who got me into bodybuilding. My mentor, my big brother, taught me everything I know with my cheat code. I love you, bro. I need to also thank my new coach, Ani, over the past 3 years. I don't even need to say he cemented himself as the best coach in history. But what people don't know, he also has the biggest heart. He cares so much about his clients. He loves them deeply. I see his wife nodding his head right now. And he pours everything into them, and I'm so grateful to have met him and call him family now as well. I want to thank the Olympia, Jake Wood, Dan, everyone who put on this show, who gave me the privilege. You see me look up at this emblem up here every now and then, and it's just incredible that I get to stand with these lights, so thank you. The NPC, the IFBB, the Manions, Tyler, Jim, Steve, you guys are creating dreams for people, and I'm so grateful that one of those dreams is mine, and I can never thank you enough. So thank you. My family, Maddie, Calvin, my parents, Deb, all you guys have got me through here. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys so much. I'm so sorry that this is going to be my last time up here, but it won't be the last of me, you see. I hope, please, everybody, I hope you guys learned something from my journey, and it wasn't just about winning. It was the champion mentality means having no quit, feeling it all, and just enjoying the moment. Thank you, guys.
Phil. Chris, let me say this. On behalf of all the people here and around the world, you have been the greatest champion that we could have possibly asked for in the classic physique division. You have represented, you were a true champion at heart, and even though you're not going to be competing anymore, you're going to be an integral part of this sport. Standing ovation as it should be. Chris BUMSTEAD, enjoy this moment on the Olympia stage.
Classy guy. You got to give it to him.
Yeah,
Now,
nice.
Classy guy.
Never said anything bad. Stay out of trouble.
He's just he always made the right move. Classy guy.
Yeah.
That was a very, very sincere speech at the end.
He's exiting.
See, that made me like him. Now that he's gone.
I've always liked him. He's always.
Wow. Man, what a legacy. It had to happen eventually. He's going out on top, which is awesome. Absolutely.
It's a good idea, though, because I know he deals with a lot of injuries and then his kidneys. And
he's got nothing to prove, man. He's a champion. He was, he set the standard. He was a classy guy.
It was close this
year. Family man. I mean, there's nothing more you could ask for of the guy as a role model.
We could never ask for a better champion than what Chris BUMSTEAD.
Very good.
Who's next?
Excellent. So what do we got now? Bikini and open.
How many people are in bikini?
I don't know.
Oh God.
I gotta pee.
Yeah, I got a question for you, King.
Yes, sir.
This year, since Derek has been Mr. Olympia, do you think he's done enough as an ambassador of the sport?
I don't know, because I really didn't keep up with it. That's the honest answer, But
because if you,
folks,
well, after Phil, who was actually really good, I know people didn't like him during his reign, but he was a good ambassador for the sport. He went on He traveled a lot. He met a lot of people. I mean, I remember listening to his interview on 660 AM. He was on the radio broadcast, sports radio in New York. Then what happened was after that, you had Sean Roden, and sadly he passed away.
Yeah.
Then you had Brandon, and he got hit with the COVID lockdown, right?
Yeah.
Then you had Ramy, and he dropped the ball big time,
Yeah.
right? As far as an ambassador, and then you had Hani, but his, he has difficulties coming into the States and actually speaking English. And so it brings you all the way back to Derek as somebody who needs to be a good ambassador of the sport. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everybody to each his own. And I think the best ambassador the sport ever had was Cutler.
No question.
Yeah, Jay was just all over the place, and this and that, and he was in Mr. Vegas and The Rock.
Oh, Samson won People's Champion.
Yeah, so Samson wins right now the People's Champion Award, which is surprising. And I say surprising in the fact that because I know the Iranians out there.
Right.
So, Armon, you just missed it, but Samson won the People's Choice.
Yeah, that's all he. Yeah.
And that's Andrea Presti. I know the Italian guys. Yeah, that was the Italian bodybuilder that presented it to him. But I just didn't see Derek being a great ambassador of the sport this year. But at the same time, is it as important as
what do you want him to do, though?
A lot more appearances. I mean, he is Mr. Olympia.
The Olympia, we'd like to recognize the most influential people.
Appearances where? Like, what do you want him to do?
Yeah, expos, interviews, podcasts, whatever he can do to expand the sport. We could. Okay, King's taking a break. This was the question, Armon. The last real ambassador, if you will, right? And you hear me out on this, right? Was Phil. Okay, because after Phil, you had Sean Roden, and sadly, he died shortly after he won the Olympia, right? Yeah. Then you had Brandon, and Brandon got hit with COVID, so it was a lockdown, so he really couldn't do much, right? Then you had Ramy, and Ramy really dropped the ball. He didn't show up to the Pittsburgh Pro and so on and so forth.
After country, he didn't really care.
Right.
He was with the sponsorship. He didn't do anything for him. He was just kind of
right. After that, you had Hadi, who has difficulties getting into the country and has a tough time speaking English. And then it brings you all the way to Derek. And I don't know if it's just so far removed of having to be an ambassador as Mr. Olympia, because it was always more of a unspoken law that you were an ambassador of the sport. But it doesn't seem to be what Phil used to do or what Cutler used to do or before what Ronnie used to do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I my favorite was Ronnie, of course. I mean, I grew up in Arlington and knew him, obviously, but
right.
But I mean, Ronnie had a personality.
Because Cutler still does more promoting for the sport than a guy like Derek does, and I just
the one thing I didn't like about Jay is he didn't really have any opinions ever when he was competing. He was just like this, that's what I didn't like.
But when was the last time you saw? There's a million podcasts Derek could go on, and
he does. With Ivigen, when you're with Hani and all that I think it's in the contract that he does Hani's podcast, but he's with Ivigen and Hani. He's not going on all over the place doing. What podcast do you want him to do?
Mine. You think it's contractual that he can't do it?
Yeah, probably without knowing Hani. Yeah,
I didn't think of that. King, did you? Amon brought up a good point. It might be contractual that Derek doesn't really do appearances.
Not appearances, but people.
You know what I mean? Interviews, whatever.
He's got Ivigen and he's got Hani's podcast.
Right.
All he needs to really say is on what he needs to say on there. So I'm sure it's deal with Hani and Ivigen.
I
have the pleasure of being joined.
I don't know, man.
By the current Bikini Olympia champ, who vacated the title this year.
Someone like that too, like the sheer messages they're getting, they can't respond to. They can't even check their messages. Some of these people. They just get way too many. You just can't even check your messages.
Well, I fully understand and I get it, but then that would have to put him in the driver's seat saying, I'm Mr. Olympia. I should promote the sport, so I'm going to do this one, that one, this one, this appearance, that appearance. Because that's what it was. I mean, I know
appearances where he does guest posings.
Okay.
What do you mean appearances? He does guest posings.
What and expo? Unless maybe I'm just not seeing it like I used to with Phil and Jay.
He does expos. He does appearances. He has the sponsor Evogen. So you do whatever your sponsor. It's not like Muscle Tech where they were everywhere and the booth and all that. He's with Evogen. He whatever Honey has asked him to do. It's not like the old days where there was Muscle Tech and they had the biggest booth and every single athlete and all that. And so things are different than those days.
Speaking of Muscle Tech,
who is Olympia in your eyes? What does that mean? Who is Olympia in your eyes?
They're asking
who wins. Gun to my head right now, I have to pick Samson.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's different times.
Yeah,
there's really not much for him to do.
Muscle Tech was the best fucking company ever. Okay, the best company to work for, without a question, the best. They roll out the red carpet for you. They did everything for you. They sent you as many supplements as you wanted. Yeah. They paid you a lot. I got paid a lot of money to do what I did. And their bonuses, they matched your fucking prize winnings. And it was just amazing company to work with. And to show you what an amazing company they are, to this day, they still send me supplements.
Really?
Really?
Yes, they do. To this
can
day,
you get them to sponsor my podcast?
I try to get them to sponsor a couple of my clients and bikini girls and stuff like that, but they got a whole different business model. But I do want to send a shout out to Muscle Tech. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for all the supplements you're still sending me. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. One more thing, I also want to thank G Code Nutrition. They always send me supplements. Thank you guys too. Your clothing line, I love your clothing line. You can send me as much as you want of those. Just make sure it's 3X. And then send a shout out to my boy G Money down in Florida. He knows he is my best friend in the world, and he's watching right now. G Money, he follows you, Armon. He likes you a lot, by the way. So that's my boy.
See, I was with Muscle Tech for 3 years, but I was amateur.
I want to give a huge shout out to Mark Depew from Hot Box Clothing for these amazing shirts that he sends me. Mark, you are the man. Thank you so much. Jesus. Wide shoulders, the arms fit, the back doesn't. Just perfect. I love these shirts. Thank you, Mark Depew.
How much free shit do you get, King? You know what I get?
All the time. I get packages all the time. You know why? Because I keep in touch with people. When there was when Milton just went through in Florida, I know a lot of guys that own their businesses and T-shirt companies and supplement. And guess what? I'm the first person. Are you okay? Do you need anything? You need can I do anything for you? That's just me. When I'm your friend, I'm your friend. Like the movie Do the Right Thing. If I love you, I love you. But if I hate you, you're in trouble.
Are you my friend, King?
Of course I am.
Can you get me a sponsor?
Listen, I'm never those bullshit. I'm not one of those bullshit guys. I can always ask. I also want to thank Armon for the supplements that he sent me. Thank you, man. I love it.
Well, I get dick and balls, Armon. Why don't I get supplements? I got boy.
Well, we'll talk out after.
Breaking balls, man. I'm only teasing.
I mean, there's companies out there. I was with Gas for 4 years, then Gorilla Wear, and you get so many free clothes. It's like you could get with another company, but I don't want to post anything. You know, there's no companies out there that I like so much with. I was with Muscle Tech for 3 years, but I was an amateur, and I was stupid because I was with Diamondize. I was their only athlete. The athlete before me was Craig Titus.
Jesus Christ.
I was Diamondize's only athlete. I was amateur, but they treated me like a top pro. They did everything for me. And I was so stupid. I left them for freaking Muscle Tech. And, I was just amateur. They paid me like $2,000 a month and gave me supplements. And I was with them, I think, 3 years. And then that's when they dropped like all the amateurs they had. I think about 50 of them.
We talked about this when we were on my.
A lot of people abused Muscle Tech's niceness too. Like they were a very kind company. They would give us credit cards that we can use when we're guest posing, and we can charge anything we want. People started abusing that shit, but
the pros probably like the national guys. We had just it was like set at like 2,000, and then as soon as you turned pro, you negotiated and it went up. But you were with them when you were a pro before, or
no,
you were already a pro when you got with them, right?
Yeah. I turned pro, and I didn't get a contract with them immediately. I got a contract with Weeder, and Chad was my savior, because I told Chad, I said, Chad, now I got this contract. They're telling me that I'm obligated to compete, this and that. He goes, you're not going to compete for 2 years.
Yeah.
I said, what? He goes, don't. You got a contract now. I said, but they're telling me, he goes, but nothing. I'll take care of it. So thank you, Chad. I love that man to death. He said, you need 2 years or you're not going to be able to stand up there. You're going to just disappear. So in those 2 years, I went from 225 to 248 and went to the Ironman. And then that's when he's like, okay, now you got next level conditioning with pro quality muscle. Now we can put you on stage. So.
Well, I'd like to say something since the bikini's on and kind of which is talking. I started my podcast 4 years ago, and then I started the bodybuilding podcast about 2 years ago, right? And I just did it because I was a fan. And I love bodybuilding, and I never got past an NPC level. I'm a blue collar guy. I work in the sewer. I'm nothing special, right? And the first people that I reached out to interview on my bodybuilding show were people that I idolized, the people that I really looked up to as bodybuilders. So it was ARNTZ, King, Dave, Vinny Galante, for Factory. Those are the guys growing up in New York that everybody looked up to, everybody wanted to be like in bodybuilding, and I was a fan. And you fast forward some time, and now I'm sitting here and I'm able to call men like King KAMALI, Jason ARNTZ, ARMON, Dave Palumbo friends. And I'm on one of the biggest bodybuilding platforms on planet Earth, talking about the Olympia, commenting on the Olympia with former great elite bodybuilders. So it has just been an honor to do this, because I'm a nobody. All right, I'm a blue collar dude, and all of a sudden,
you're not a nobody, man. You've reached a certain level, and you let personality. Listen. I'm gonna say, I'm not want to cut you off, but I want to say something. I don't want to ever hear you ever say that again. Listen, I'm not a religious guy. Okay, I don't believe it. I'm not a godly. Listen, I'm not like that. I believe in energy. You might call it God. My mom calls it God. I call it energy. Okay. What you put out into the universe is what you're going to get back. If you think negative, if you say a lot of bad things, if you say, well, I could have, I should have, I could never, that's what the world, that's what the universe is going to get back to you. If you say to yourself every day, I am, I did that, I accomplished that, I don't care about that, I'm doing this, I'm the best, I'll do this, it's just going to keep coming back at you. It's the same concept. Listen, a lot of people say, and they say, oh, that's just wishful thinking and stuff. No, it's not, man. I've had too many coincidences, too many things happen in my life that make me go, wow, just wow. And one of the greatest examples is, it happens to everybody. When you break up with a girl and you're thinking and you're crying and you're depressed and you feel lonely and all that stuff, you know what they're doing? They're out clubbing, they're out hooking up. The day you stop, the day you take their phone and their memory and you erase it and you move on, you're gonna get a text message.
Right.
Hey, what are you doing? What's up? You know what that is? That's called energy, because then you're not feeding their mind. You're not feeding their energy. You're taking their energy back from them. That is how you're supposed to think. Never, ever talk negative about yourself or anything like that. Everybody has their certain thing. I could tell you story after story after story, man, of the things that I've done in my life and the things that come and gone. You'd freak the fuck out. I kept a lot of it stuff to myself. Nobody knows that I had an affair with a A-star celebrity. Nobody. And if I said this woman's name, your fucking heads will explode. She was an A-list, one of the most famous women on this planet.
Anna Nicole Smith.
I'm not gonna say who it was.
Wasn't
but
Anna? That would have been my choice.
It's these little things. It's a piece of me that I have in my heart that I can always go back and say when she's on TV or they're showing her, I'm like, yeah, I had that. And I don't say nothing. I just like nod my head and I keep it to myself. So any of these trolls, they come, they say anything, they do that. They're just fucking. They hate themselves, man. They hate themselves.
Yeah.
You are on the biggest platform. I don't ask anything from Dave. I've never asked him for a supplement from Species. I've never asked him to do me a favor. No, nothing.
Yeah.
He calls me up when he needs me. He goes, King, I need you for the Olympia. You down? Yes, I got you. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that was the same thing with me. And King, I appreciate the kind words. I just basically what I'm trying to say is I'm honored that I'm part of this because 4 years ago I would have never thought that I would have been on this platform with you guys or calling Dave Palumbo, King Kamali.
There's nothing. I mean, there's certain good people, but being a bodybuilder or a famous bodybuilder, like there's nothing special about them. That's just a job. It's just their,
You have to.
At least you competed and stuff too. I mean, look at some of these YouTubers. They never even they're 160 pounds, and some of them never even look like they really even been to the gym.
Yeah,
and they've got big, huge channels. Look at some of these YouTubers. I mean, come on.
No, I get it, but all I'm trying to say is that I'm honored and I'm grateful that I'm part of this now, and I have so much fun doing the podcast that I don't even like calling it work, but I did work and go in my pocket to fund the podcast myself. I've only started making money on the podcast in the last 2 months, honestly. In the last 2 months, I've done it with no sponsors, just going in my pocket. It's a good thing I got a good job. But it's just an honor for me to be sitting here doing this for you guys. It truly is. And I'm never going to forget where I come from or the fact that I was able to kind of grind this out for the last 4 years and get here. And so I just appreciate it. King, Armon, and, Jay Arns and Dave Palumbo, all the guys, truly appreciate it, man. That's all. I just wanted to make sure I said that, bro.
Keep it up and don't listen to any silly shit out there. Dude, I get so much stupid shit.
And here's my advice to you or anybody out there. Yeah, it's one of my superpowers. Let it go. That's it. Repeat that word, that phrase, those 3 words in your head 1,000 times. Let it go. And you become so much more relaxed and you can feel so much more better. Just let it go. You walk into a club, you say hello to a girl, she ignores you, let it go. There's about 10 million more.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, no, I don't
you gotta understand these people sending you these shitty messages or comments. They have such a miserable life. They
but
wake up,
I was just trying to say that I'm happy that I'm here. No, I didn't say anything about people trolling me.
They will. They will. The more successful you become, the more haters are going to come after you.
Oh, yeah.
What did Denzel Washington say? He goes, the devil comes when you're at your peak.
Yeah.
That's when he comes for you, when you're at your peak. Not when you're down here. He didn't give a shit about you when you're here.
Right.
When you're here, that's when the devil comes for you.
I'm saying you keep it up, you start getting like big and all that. Like people, it's shitty, Bro, just that whole Photoshop thing where like some photographer did a picture. People were sending me messages, "Go kill yourself." I'm like,
oh my god,
like,
really?
Dude, it don't bother me at all. Bro, I've been doing this for. How miserable do you have to be to send someone a message like that? Like you have to wake up, look in the mirror, hatred. I mean, it doesn't bother me. It's terrible. They're sending it. I felt sorry for those people. They're miserable.
Well, King, I don't know if you know what it is.
People out there.
After that whole thing happened with Armon and Mark Lobliner, I didn't
even do a response video to Mark. He wasn't even worth it.
No, I don't
even know this guy.
It's fine. I did it. So I had a little bit of a past with Mark and never really liked the guy. It's water under the bridge now. And we had a little bit of Instagram DM going back and forth. Anyway, I invite him to come on my show, and now he comes on the show, and I don't like him. Okay, and it came through, and I was getting very emotional. I was getting very angry because now he's playing the nice guy, right? Now he's playing the nice guy. He's apologizing to me. And the more he's playing the nice guy and apologizing to me, the more I'm getting angry. Right. So I look terrible in the video. He comes out on, he looks like, he's a great guy. And I look like a piece of shit. So the video comes out terrible. I put it out anyway. Matter of fact, I was with my friend Lou, who's sitting here with me right now. I asked him, should we put it out? He goes, yeah, put it out. So we put it out. And I get so much fucking shit. Right. But the funny part is by like 2 days later, my subscribers on my podcast jumped up by about 150 subscribers, right? But that's the funny part. So then what I did was I took the top 10 worst comments, and I did a video on the top 10 worst comments about me on the next video, just basically making fun of me because these guys or the trolls were shitting on me. And the number one comment that I put in number one was John Livia is a Democrat. And I was like, well, you went way too far on that one, man.
You just gotta like I said, there's too many, but there starts to become too many that you can't try to please these people. These people are the same people that will come up to you in the gym and like, oh man, I watch you, I love your shit, this and that, and they're the same people that probably have sent you, like I do TikTok. Like it's TikTok's another world, man. It's a weird, like I've been on there for.
I got a friend you. I'm on TikTok too, actually.
But
what's
it's
funny?
It's good for business, but it's you have so many people on there. Like I first got on there and people like just talk shit for like the first year. That they're like, who are you? Who do you think you are? What are you talking about? It's a bunch of kids. And then I just kept. I don't know what bothered me. I kept up, and then it produced a lot of money for me and a lot of business. And so I mean,
that's good.
Got to ignore all those people. Don't even acknowledge them. There's no point, because at one point it become too many.
I just had fun with it. I was just reading all the comments, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make a lemonade out of lemons, right? And I just did the top 10 worst comments toward me from the Lowblind interview, and it was fucking funny, and it turned out to be really funny. But what's funny is that even though it turned out to be a terrible interview, I gained subscribers.
I didn't think it was terrible. It was y'all only did one, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I watched it because it was short. It was funny at the end.
I cut him off.
It wasn't a bad interview. It's just he's just been in this industry forever, so he's got some sort of following. I don't know why. I don't even. Like I said, I don't even know him. Like the only thing I knew of him before was that stupid growl or whatever bullshit that he does.
Yeah, Tiger Fitness
or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I can't. That's awful. Oh, I'm like, oh God, who is this guy? That's only the way I knew him from. What is this guy asking? Many people are asking right now. You guys are super famous. How judges can really hurt us? What should we believe? What do you mean judges can hurt us?
What does he say? Many people
judges can hurt us.
You guys are super famous and helpful. However, judges can really hurt us. What should we believe? What the fuck does that mean?
That means absolutely nothing.
What do you think it means, Lou?
It means nothing.
No one can hurt a judge. I don't know. If you're in criminal court and you're dealing with a judge, maybe.
Yeah, the judges can easily hurt.
Judge.
Oh, okay. I don't. You know what, man? I think I know what he's asking. Like, if you're in a contest and you think the judging isn't fair, it could really hurt him in his contest or for his future. My answer to it is don't blame it on the judges. Look at what you did and how can you improve. That's it. You can't play the victim. Even if you did get, you're supposed to win and you got third, or you're supposed to come in fifth and you got 10th. Just go back to the drawing board and persevere. Just like we were saying about my podcast, just go back to the drawing board and keep digging. And if that's what you want to do, don't worry about what the judges say. You're going to get it. You're going to get your just due sooner or later. The only reason you won't is if you just don't have what it takes. And then you have to look in the mirror and reevaluate yourself.
The number one advice I would give to anyone who like this is get yourself a good coach.
100%.
Get yourself someone who knows what they're doing. I'm not sure about ARMON, but I personally reject a lot of people. It's not a money thing. I don't. If I feel like they're going to quit after 1 month, I don't even waste my time. I've had people pay me and in 3 days quit.
Oh God.
What did they think? That they're not supposed to diet? It's not. No. You go, you find yourself a good coach. And when people say, well, I can't afford, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Stop going to McDonald's. Stop going and eating out. Put your focus into your body.
We'll buy this much gear, but they can't afford a coach.
Yeah,
King Factory charges $250 a month. You can go. You could afford it.
Yeah, listen. You got to put yourself. You got to put your priorities first, and go get yourself a really good coach. How do you know someone's a good coach? Here's a little tip for you guys. When you contact someone, let's say you're contacting me, say, hey, King, I want to see before and after pictures of natural athletes that you've helped. Okay. I got about 100 of them. Here you go. King, I want to turn pro. I got great genetics. Can you show me someone who was really good genetics and you took them from top national to top pro? Sure. I got a bunch of them in my file right here. Here you go. Here's the before and afters. Then you talk to them and you figure out if you guys are going to be a match. That's what Chad Nichols did to me. I was willing to pay him whatever he wanted to. He goes, no, man, go gain 300 pounds and I'll see you on the classic. Yeah. Why did he do that? Because he wanted to see if I was crazy enough to do it.
Right. If you're worth his time.
Am I going to go party or am I going to put, all I did is put the blinders on and went. That's what I do with my clients. That's what I do. That's what, I'm sure that's what Armon does. It's not about the money. Believe me, guys, you got some of these fucking coaches. A lot of my clients are not even my clients. It's pro girls, especially pro bikinis, that are working with coaches, paid them thousands of dollars. They contact me. Can you look at my program and tell me what you think? I look at their program, and I've had this conversation with Armon. They are the most ridiculous programs I've ever seen in my life. Make no sense whatsoever. It's all gibberish. It's all word salad. It makes no sense. One drop of olive oil on top of one.
They have no business coaching, but people will give them money and they'll take their money. Like, I do turn people down. And I'll do consult first
too. And this is another thing you got to understand. This is for you people out there. When you're working with a coach, and Armon's going to love this. We don't change anything that's working. Please understand that concept. You come to us, we give you something, and it starts to work. You start to transform. You see, you're meeting your weekly obligations. Why would we change it?
Mm-hmm. It's been 3 weeks. Why hasn't anything changed?
There's some magic formula that we can change. No. And this is what Lee Labrada used to say all the time. Why do you guys go ape shit the last week when it's working? Just be normal. And I'm like, yeah, that's how it is now. Everybody thinks that there's a magic pill.
Yeah. Dave Palumbo says the same thing. Don't do any weird shit the last week if everything's working.
No, just stick with it.
Folks, coming up, we've got
they think you're like, it's like, hey, it's been 4 weeks. I've been off season. Shouldn't we be changing something? Like, we're gaining each week and progressing, aren't we?
I don't know how you guys do it, because
it's not because we're not personal trainers. We're looking at you and we're motivating you. We're motivators. Keep doing what you do. All right, guys, enough of that. Here comes the Oprah men. Thank God.
Thank God. Okay. All right.
Gosh, it's late.
What are they doing? Why did I have John F. Kennedy?
Oh, come on, man. Sweet Jesus. Just get on with it. And I got to be at work at 6:30 tomorrow morning, or 6:30 today.
Sunday? That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's overtime though, so I get time and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Worth it.
On sewer workers in New York City are like, it's the biggest secret in New York City jobs. It's like the best paying job with great benefits and retirement that nobody knows about.
Oh, that's important. And insurance and all that.
Yeah, because majority of the people don't want to work in shit and piss. And you actually need 3 years of a trade and a CDL in order to apply, even just apply to the job. And so they have to pay you what's comparable to a tradesman, Otherwise, why would you leave your trade? If you're a local 3 electrician making $54 an hour, why would you leave that to go take, a sewer worker job? So you have to pay what's comparable, but they only need about 800 guys where you need 5,000 cops. So it's just like this unspoken great job that nobody knows about.
How long have you been doing it?
14 years.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's awesome, man.
Yeah. So, and then I come home and I do the podcast that night. And
you have kids or no?
No, unfortunately, no kids. Just me and the wife.
I was like, where do you fit the kids in? I'm like,
yeah, no kids, and 3 dogs. That's it. I got a bulldog, a pit bull, and a Cane Corso.
Nice.
Yeah.
You'll never find me with another pet again.
Really?
Too painful.
Oh yeah,
I lost my
What's
pit.
that?
I lost my pit bull when he passed away. I was
A mess.
I was a wreck for about 6 months.
Yeah.
He was like my partner in crime. Right?
Yeah. We had to do that. I had Hercules, who was a great blue nose pit. We had to put him down about a year and a half ago.
My
2 years
dog
ago.
was named Hercules. He was a red nose.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah.
How old was he when you had to put him down?
Well, here's the thing. That's what hurt more than anything else. My father started to take over when I met my wife, and she didn't want the pit bull, and it was a whole thing. And my dad was feeding him filet mignon, vegetables. He would grill for him. He never ate dog food.
Right.
Pit bulls are supposed to live 12 to 13 years. He lived to 16.
Yeah.
16. You know what I mean? So all you pet owners out there who love your dogs, if you're feeding your dogs dog food, you don't love your dog.
Yeah, that's all.
No, you go
You're supposed to feed him
to the butcher and you get him steak and you cook it. You get vegetables and you cook it. That's eggs, egg whites. You crack eggs open, you put it on the steaks. They'll live, man. That's what dogs are supposed to eat.
You know what's funny is that my Hercules was 15 too when we had to put him down. And now I got another pit who is gonna be 16.
Wow.
Yeah. What's happening here? I don't know.
Whoever he is, he won the Purple Heart. I can see that on his jacket.
He was a veteran. All right.
Yeah.
That's awesome and all that, but it's like, man, it's already dragged out so long.
Yeah, they should have did this at the beginning.
Yeah.
The greatest thing that they did was at the Arnold Classic, and I've talked to Bob Ciccarello about this. I've talked to Jim Mannion about this. I even mentioned to Weinberger. Were you there, Armand or John, the year at the Arnold Classic when they brought down that incredible screen, and then they played all to the song "Pump It Up"?
Oh my God!
And it was a video of all the video shoots of all the athletes getting ready for the Arnold and training and screaming. And
really?
Cormier throwing up. I had goosebumps for 5 minutes watching my
What year was that?
Just killing it and crunching it to pump up the jam. Arnold did good, and that was it. That's all he had done.
Yeah.
Screaming back up, right back to the show.
Okay, here we go. So looks like we're gonna get ready now.
I was going to go to the Olympia this year, and then I just had no desire to at all. I'm like, man,
I've been to the Olympia 3 times. Never been to the Arnold.
Last time
I never had fun going to the Arnold.
The last time I went to the Olympia, and I dare you guys not to laugh. I dare you guys not to laugh. I ended up at 7 o'clock in the morning in a weird hotel room with a lesbian orgy going on.
How do you just trip into that? How do you just find yourself
Cormier's friend and 2 other people in a room with a bunch of freaking lesbians going at it? That was the last time I was in fucking Vegas. I have 10,000 stories like that, by the way.
That's because you hung out with Chris Cormier. That's why.
He is the best, most fun guy on the planet.
His reputation used to, I was like in college. I used to go to a community college, right? And I would be 20, 21, just going to the nightclubs. And I was the only one out of my friends that was a bodybuilding fan. Like, they worked out, but they didn't know bodybuilding. And then I would see Chris Cormier at the Palladium or at Club Abyss or at Hunka Bunka. And I'd be like, holy shit, that's Chris Cormier.
They did a on whatchamacallit. They had a poll one time. Columbo called me. He was dying laughing. I think it was he. I think he did the poll of who are the 3 biggest partiers ever in the IFBB. Me, Cormier, and Victor Martinez, top 3.
Really?
Yep. I had my fun. I'll always admit it. I had my fucking fun.
Yeah. I hung out with Chris like about 3 times, and yeah, one of the times was a weird.
Do they
weird
do that
hangout.
anymore? Do they go out to clubs anymore or
I
anything?
No, they don't.
I almost got killed because of Cormier in Toronto, man. A couple of girls stole his wallet, and they were taking off with his wallet, and I jumped in front of their car. They had to run through me to get out, and finally I said, I'm not moving unless you throw his wallet out of the window, and they threw his wallet out of the window. I sacrificed his wallet.
I don't even think I want to hang out with Chris Cormier now.
They don't party like that anymore. They don't do the Olympia, Arnold. There's none of that.
There's no after clubs, nothing.
No, they don't do that anymore. No.
So what do these young guys do now? They just go.
They just do their own thing. There's no like. It used to be cool, you know. You'd have after parties for Arnold. You know.
Here we go, guys.
All right.
Here we go.
Thank God.
Here we go. Let's see what we got here. Are we going to get surprised?
All right, who are you guys picking? What's your 1, 2, 3?
Our final.
Samson, Derek.
Samson, Derek Hottie.
Yeah.
I'll go Derek, Samson, Hottie.
All right, let's turn to the judges. Big Steve.
It's close.
Do the judges require any further comparisons with our Mr. Olympia competitors?
No, all the judges want to say was this for the 60th anniversary was one of the best Mr. Olympias and Olympia weekends we've ever seen. This was a great competition, and we were all proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Absolutely. These guys deserve a round of applause.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate yourself and, of course, the entire judging panel all weekend long. It's not an easy job, but you guys make it look
all right, let's do it backwards, guys. 5th place.
And put these athletes in
Andrew.
Without further ado, Gretzky, hit the music. Gentlemen, for the title of Mr. Olympia.
Okay, if we go back to the comparisons, 5th place was between Hunter and Andrew, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Who's going after who?
You know what? Luke, can you use the bathroom?
Hottie with the striations. And Doan with the size. Phil had a big chat with Derek a couple years ago. Let's see if Derek stays up in Hottie's face. The people's champ, Samson Dauda, working the stage. Samson coming over to make himself known.
See, Samson's walking like he's the champ. They're chasing him, which is good.
Yeah.
Two guys that are no strangers to being first and second on that stage. Big smiles.
And you notice right now they're not spilling over. You know why? Because they're just happy.
Chill.
Done.
Yeah. Chill.
Cortisol levels are down. Stress levels are down. They're just having fun, man. Nobody's spilling over.
Oh, wow. The big guys. Phil, this is quite a pose down.
My goodness, look at Hottie Chupin and Martin right there.
Martin.
They are going head to head, the most muscular, and that's what we want to see. Anyone fade in your opinion? I know it's hard because they're not standing exactly next to each other, but
no, it looks like Martin's getting harder, so he must have come back and had a little bit of fight to eat.
mm-hmm.
All right.
Ooh, look at those quads. He's like, yeah, buddy, let's go.
Yeah, don't do a crab shot next to Samson. That's not a.
How pissed is Hottie going to be if he gets third?
Yeah. Derek ran into a real wall right there.
It's close, man. It literally could go three ways. It literally could go three ways.
The wolf is hunting over there. Oh, yeah.
We'll see what all the guys said that were there. Dave and
yeah,
Chris. And...
Back here. Raphael, since I walked all the way over here.
He's like, what? I need more. I need more.
Give me someone else to take off.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much, guys. You can return to your respective sides.
all right, here we go.
Okay, Phil.
All right.
These guys must be shot. They must be exhausted. At this point, they probably don't even care who wins. I just want to go back to the hotel room and sleep.
They care. It's Olympia, but they're running on their excitement and shit.
Bro, I do not know. All I do know is that someone's going to be very upset. Presenting the fifth place award. I think it will be Martin. Past Olympian and multiple Arnold Classic champion. Please welcome back to the stage the Predator Kai.
Really?
Hi.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, he's dressed normal for once.
Nah, the Predator always died in my movies.
Well, that's normal for him anyway.
Kai, please take the fifth place award, the fifth place check, and present it to Andrew Jack.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah. So we pretty much called that.
It looked like, to be quite honest, that he could have dropped even further, but he got moved up, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm actually interested in how much they win. What is fifth place? Because I know they raised the prize money this year.
You got under that jacket, Kai?
They should say.
So
I took first place at $600,000 this year.
But for Andrew Jack, by no fault of his own.
I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
What I want to see is some more improvement as far as like the hamstring development.
Ooh, who said that, King? Who said that he needs more hamstring?
That's Phil Heath talking.
Oh, he knows what he's talking about, doesn't he?
Develop those hams and sit on those poses.
Absolutely.
You're a big man already. Come down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Watch the game film. You got to watch.
Good job, Andrew.
It's going to be your guy.
I think we all know who's going to be fourth.
Sometimes
it's going to be Martin.
That kid's going to be on cloud 9 for the next 3 weeks.
The fourth place award.
And he's on cloud 9, and Nick Walker is on suicide watch.
Kicking himself. I know, really. I feel you guaranteed I don't even. Could he even be in the audience watching this right now?
He's supposed to be there at the show.
It's got to be extremely difficult for him.
Who's his sponsor? I mean, still have to show up.
Amazing for Martin, actually.
Quite an impressive first Olympia.
I mean, look, he beat Andrew Jack. He beat Hunter Labrada. He beat a lot of good guys.
Yeah.
He was a nice surprise, man. Fitzwater was a nice surprise.
Own that.
Like, he's going to run and say hi to all these guys.
Hell yeah. He's like, hey.
I like seeing the new blood come up.
And you gotta love this part, guys. This is the new guard right here, you know?
It's a heck of a new generation right here.
Oh yeah. And they're excited.
He's happy as a pig and shit. You gotta love it. Good for him, man. I'm happy for him. Look at his face.
I know his training partner, Brett Rook, is very happy, but he's also very encouraged.
Here we go, guys.
All right.
Here we go.
Yes, he did. Morrow, please take the third place award, the third place check, the Olympia bronze medal. And present it to your third place finisher. Derek Lunsford.
Oh my God. Yo. Whoa, I was not fucking expecting that. Oh, shit.
Because he was the previous year.
We're lying.
Wow.
But look, he's still a champion.
Oof.
Wow, they punished him for not looking. Yeah, I mean,
wow. It's not like it used to be, man. You leave the door open a crack, and you're gonna.
No, this is a guy that's going to be on a different type of mission now. And I tell you,
ouch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Watch the game film.
The good thing is he's a young man, and he can still make a comeback. And if anybody needs to do the Arnold Classic now, it's him.
If I give him any advice, I would suggest not as much back. He already has enough. Yeah. Let's work on the shoulders. Let's work on the hamstrings. Let's get them to hang. Let's work on that upper chest. And as time goes on, he's going to learn how to pose different with that new muscle. And it's going to be his guy. Yep. He's got all the tools.
So what we got, guys? Hottie or Samson?
I'm going to go with Hottie. I mean, I think Samson's winning. I think Hottie's taking second. Look at look at Derek's face.
When Big Steve sent him back to the lab and left these two.
Do you think the new baby hurt him and bringing the baby everywhere to the show and everything? I think that probably stressed him out a little bit.
I don't know, man.
Who wants,
bringing a newborn everywhere to the gym, to the Olympia.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, Olympia owner Jake Wood is holding a couple of real big checks.
They were chanting Samson. They were.
Okay, guys, this year has been a great year.
Did you just see what happened, guys?
No, what happened?
The audience was screaming for about good 10-15 seconds. Samson.
Really good.
Hey, guys. And guess what? Second place.
Oh, man.
Received $250,000 tonight.
Hey, that's a nice check.
That's second place. First place, $600,000.
Wow.
I am not a person to go ahead and tell you what I'm going to do next year. I'll tell you what we're doing this year. And today, this is what we're doing. Okay?
Jake loves the sport. He loves the athletes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jake.
And someone's going to love that $600,000.
Thank you. The judges, thank you. The fans, thank you. And the athletes, thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Big Steve.
Seriously,
on stage, folks, to present the first place award, Mr. Dan Solomon, Olympia President, Jake Wood, Olympia owner, Jim Mannion, President of the IFBB, Tyler Mannion, IFBB Vice President, Mr. Hoon Jung Bayun, founder of New Tech. Presenting the second place award, Felipe and Fernando, both from Interamerica. Gentlemen, please take the first place check for $600,000. The Olympia gold medal. The Sandow. And the title of 2024, Mr. Olympia.
My chest is tight.
To our winner. And new Olympia champion.
My goodness. Oh, God.
Samson.
Oh, man. Oh, shit. That's fucking incredible. Wow.
Before it was announced, I had it perfect. Before it was announced, I had it written down. I just didn't want to say anything. I got the proof right here. You're watching my hands. Before it was announced.
Holy shit.
Good for him.
Wow. Wow, that is amazing, man.
There's a lot of love and a lot of camaraderie on that stage right now.
Wow.
That's amazing. I'm a huge Samson fan.
$1,000 in a gold Sandow.
So now you got to understand something. John, you got to understand the semantic parts of what this means. This means now he has that, you better knock me out to beat me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So everyone's going to come after him, but he's going to be sitting on top of that mountain. And if he just keeps improving, it's a different world, man.
Wow.
And we've been all saying it over and over again. We wanted Mr. Olympia. That's an event. Right now, England's going nuts, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they haven't had a Mr. Olympia since Dorian. King, well, the reason why I'm a huge Samson fan is because he was the first bodybuilder outside of the guys that I immediately wanted, like you and Jay on my podcast, right? I reached out to him during the lockdown and COVID. He had just did the Korea show where he was locked in his hotel room because it was the lockdown and COVID. And he came on after that. And I remember we talked and I said to him, and I said, yo, I think you can win the Arnold Classic. I really do. And then he came on one more time after that, and then he came on after he won the Arnold Classic, and we've always stayed in touch since then, like through Instagram or whatever. And then now he's fucking Mr. Olympia, and I'm like, holy shit!
How do I go focus on a muscle? Learning this.
People's gonna be hiring Samson's wife now.
And good for her. You know what? Because a lot of people talking shit about his wife.
Everything away from other coaches, but sometimes the best coaches.
They use Milos's protocol and just kind of, you know.
That is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I get it. I fully get it. But they were saying,
hold on. How pissed and furious must Milos Sargent? You're absolutely wrong. Whoever wrote
yeah.
You are one.
Milos has been his fan.
Wrong.
Yeah, no.
Milos right now, I guarantee you, he's got tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
If they put the camera on him right now,
Milos is gonna be waiting for him.
Milos is very, very happy for him. I know Milos personally. Okay, his pronouns are he, him. I know Milos. He's very happy right now. I guarantee you he's shedding tears right now.
Yeah.
They probably haven't been listening to Milos praise him since they split over and over.
Milos had him winning this morning.
That's right.
Yeah,
in the wrap up, he did. Yeah.
They asked him. They said,
Milos and Dave Palumbo had him winning. Yeah.
So he has all the tools to win it, even when they had their when they split from coaching.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Got a big Mr. Olympia again. I mean, we had two tinier Mr. Olympia.
Well, listen, everybody out there, you better tune into Serious and Slanderous Bodybuilding, because I guarantee you that Samson will be on that show within the next couple of weeks, because I already made him promise me before he won.
So now the question will be, Armon, I'm going to ask you this, and then John, you. Do you think Lunsford should do the Arnold Classic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that ring on, bro. Stay there. I'm wearing mine. You look good. There you go. Yes, sir.
Yeah. After this, can Derek ever get it back? I'm not sure. Got a big Mr. Olympia.
You want my real opinion about Derek? I honestly, I don't know how he does it when he has the same coach as his prime competition, Hottie. I would get another coach, and
that's fine.
What a weekend this was!
I don't know how he does it.
For Samson, guys, think about it. He's the only one that took his shirt off.
That's right.
Fucking press conference.
God, that's right. I even said it.
He's the only one. He won the People's Choice Award over Hottie, and we all know the Iranians are, they're going to vote for Hottie. And he wins the Mr. Olympia.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, man, knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. That's unbelievable. But I would say if I were Derek, I would get another trainer, and I would go all out war, because he's still a young man and he could still come back. And yeah, I would do the Arnold Classic, just like Hottie did last year, to prove a point that I'm still a force. And that's exactly what I would do.
He's not going to. He wouldn't do this better with another. He's got Hani. There's
it's not up to me. He's got to be a different type of person. I wouldn't be able to have the same trainer that is training the guy that's
coaching.
Is what I mean? That is coaching my prime competition.
These guys,
Hani coaches them to be both their best, and they go out there and compete against each other. He's not favoring one over the other, though.
I get it. But to me, it would be more about,
it wouldn't bother me.
It would bother me, and I want to be us against them. I'd be cool. I'd be chill. I would be, but I wouldn't be. I don't want to be anybody's best friend if I have to knock you out.
Like Chad was your coach, Key. How many other guys did he have at that time?
Yeah, I feel Heath just made a very good point.
What did he say?
They just asked him, should Hottie, Derek Lunsford do the Arnold Classic? And Phil, he said, I think him and Hottie are going to do the Arnold Classic. That's it. You know why? And he brought up a good point. This is shots fired for for Schwarzenegger. $600,000. What do you think Arnold's going to do? Same fucking thing.
He's going to bump it to $1 million.
He's going to bump it to 600,000.
Yeah. No, man. I think Derek needs to do the Arnold Classic. That's what Hottie did last year when he lost.
$1,000. So apparently the wife makes a pretty good trainer. Where is she? Where is she? It's right here. Come on out, Mrs. Trainer.
Come on, you better give Milos his props too, man. Give Milos his props.
That's shitty though, you know, to give your wife all the props when Milos really got you there.
All right, Milos, but it's still his wife.
It's got some weight to it, doesn't it?
It's his wife. Thank your wife and thank, you know.
Be a tradition goes, Samson. To you goes the sand out, to the wife goes the check. So Samson, all year long, that's all you heard. What do you mean your wife is training you? You did every wrong move you could possibly do this year. Then you were going to Kuwait. Then you weren't going to Kuwait. Then you went to France. And they said, what's he doing in France? This is
That's
gonna
right. That's right.
his chances of winning the Olympia. Then you permitted the cardinal sin of all sins. You took your shirt off at the press conference. What you got?
What we just said.
And you know what you got? You got no takers. Not one person wanted to take their stuff off next to you, Samson. And you can see why. Congratulations, my friend. You are the new Mr. Olympia.
Wow. That's fantastic, man.
So I've never been someone to march to the beat of everybody else. I tend to just do my own thing. And you know what? Kind of this whole year has been exactly that. It's coming back to where I started, back to my roots, back to the person that cared the most about me and really one of the best for me. You know, I know everybody expects, you know, Mr. Olympia, top guys just do one show a year and not show out and kind of disappear all year long. But I've always said that isn't me. I love being on stage. I love competing. I love bodybuilding. And bodybuilding has given me a lot in my life. So the only thing I can do is give back as hard as I can. I never thought one minute I was ever going to make it this far. You know, I came through from Nigeria all the way to UK. I had a lot of people that doubted me all my life. And I'm here right now. I'm here right now. So if I can make it against all odds, why can't you? I'm here right now. And this is happening. So I want to say thank you guys so much for all the love, all the support I get through everything, time and time again. You all never gave up on me. And I can't thank you enough for that. Thank you so much.
Well, Samson, thank you for all that you do. And you have put yourself as the #1 bodybuilder in the world. The gold stand now is yours. The check is yours. And the title of Mr. Olympia is yours, my friend. Enjoy this moment. You're a true champion, Samson. Show them what you want here tonight. Hold that gold statue up high, buddy.
Good job, Samson.
Yeah, that was fantastic, man. I'm so happy he won, man. I really am. And I didn't think he was going to win. I thought he was going to come in third again.
Give it up for your new Mr. Olympia, Samson Dauda.
That looks fantastic.
Awesome.
You know how they did, you know, the past Olympians, like, you know, having to knock them off. And I just didn't think he knocked Derek. Derek wasn't great, but you know
what it is. It's different from years ago. The Olympia now has become, if you leave the door open, the next guy's going to win if he's better. That's it. It's not like it was years ago where they're going to pick the dominant guy like Ronnie or Dorian anymore. They're basically going to say whoever's the best this day is going to win, and that's what's happening. We've seen it happen since Roden.
Hadi had both his athletes not on point. Hadi and Derek were off.
Yeah.
Surprises tonight. We got.
All right, gentlemen, are we wrapping up? I got to go be at work at 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, well, like we said, any one of them we were happy with. Congrats to Samson. Like, I had no favorite. I'm not a fan of one over the other at all. Like, they're all great. Congrats to Samson. I'm surprised Derek got third. That's
surprising to me too. I'm sure they're going to put the score sheet up soon. We're going to see how close it really was.
Yeah,
ouch. That's a hard pill to swallow. Oh, but
yeah, he's got to be hurting.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I think he should do the Arnold.
They want him. They want this on him. They want whatever is going on here. They want that.
Yeah. And his legs, for some reason, he kind of didn't. His legs look a little undersized. But I'm actually a huge Samson fan. But I always try to call it like I see it, and I try to take away emotion from reality, right? So I always had still Samson not being able to beat Hadi or Derek, and I was wrong. And I'm glad he proved me wrong because I'm a huge Samson fan.
Right.
What do you think?
Very good. We did good, guys.
Yeah. So we're at 4.5 hours. We're on here.
Good
Shit.
Lord have mercy. Everybody, thanks for tuning
All right,
in.
guys.
RX Muscle, we rock the house again. New Mr. Olympia. We are ecstatic. It's going to be great. New era has begun right now, and it sets it up for the Arnold Classic. It's going to be a really good Arnold Classic coming up now, especially if they raise the prize money. So I'm going to say peace. John, it was good working with you, brother. Armand, we got our show coming up on Thursday. We're going to knock out the fucking box. All right, guys. Love you guys. Peace out.
Likewise, fellas.
Peace
have a good night.
Guys.
Later.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Take care.
Just X out.